Just he was so scared. Left. Yeah.
Your voice is doing the thing again. It's always
Oh.
like
I think that's just StreamYard. I think that's just something that StreamYard does.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome to this week's episode of Tales of Eizura, or Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition stream. We'll be recording 2 episodes. I'm happy you're here.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
When this episode comes out on audio, it will have been Pride Month, and the episode will come out on the 4th of July. What do you think is what's the gayest way that you can celebrate the birth of our nation?
Probably sex with someone of the same gender.
Fair. Sorry. Let me rephrase. What's the queerest way that we can celebrate?
Oh, Nick, you are muted.
I lost audio and I came back in, and I came back into the birth of our nation. And what the hell are we talking about? What's going on right now?
Well, so Justin had asked, what's the gayest way that you can celebrate the birth of our nation?
Oh, yeah, same sex.
Yeah,
intimacy.
I love it.
Absolutely.
I mean, at the very least, a smooch. In my
can't
case,
think
a
of a
smooch
fair
for
way to
boys.
celebrate anything.
Honestly,
sneaking a Vogue here and there.
The best way to do it, our friend was born on the 4th of July. So
Okay.
Clearly we should have sex
We
with
should
him.
all have sex with
We
him.
should everybody
All
in the
5
nation
of us.
should line up and
everyone.
have.
No, every male identifying person should have.
You know what? Oh, why leave out the female presenting and the non-binary people? Let's
Well, we're
just
trying to make it
everyone
gay as
line up.
possible.
Well, we're trying to make it gay, Justin.
I know. You're
Yeah,
right.
you can't
Let
get
me
straightness involved.
let me backtrack. What's the queerest way we can celebrate 4th of July
Oh, then yeah,
Everyone knows that.
everybody
Yeah.
just has sex with that one guy,
without one guy?
with our good friend.
Let's make sure your good friend consents to this.
He probably would.
The question, never mind. I'm not going to ask that question. Nope. Never mind. I'm just going to move on.
We're moving on.
Curiosities.
We're moving on.
Sometimes there's things I want to say and I catch myself in the middle of being about to say them and realize, well, we may not be a family show on this particular one. Some things don't need to be said out loud.
It's true.
Yeah. Well, one alternate idea that I'll throw in the ring is you could go to what would be, well, I mean, what still is, a very, very conservative gathering with enormous fireworks prepared, and
Mhm.
replace all of the fireworks for their 4th of July celebration with like fantastic rainbow ones.
Oh, that's fun.
So that it's pride in the
that's
sky.
fun. Yeah, that's
Like,
mean,
for like 2 hours.
I like-
Yeah.
This
I
is
mean,
a really
really,
practical
fireworks are already pretty gay, but
Yeah.
They are, but they need to be like unicorn in
You
your
know,
face.
it can be gayer.
Rainbow.
here's the
Yes.
thing. We could add into the fireworks just a day of everybody finding location, a pool or a lake where they can get as wet as possible and then eat phallic shaped foods, hot dogs, corn on the cob, things that we don't necessarily associate with the 4th of July, but are
Mhm.
They're pretty in there already.
No,
Mhm.
I'm saying that.
I feel like you've already described 4th of July.
Yeah, the 4th of here's my point. The 4th of July is our gayest holiday.
Yeah.
I love that take. Is there a gayer holiday than the 4th of July?
And you know what? It should be right after the end of Pride Month. It should be our gayest holiday.
I
mean
Mhm.
that
It is
tracks.
the exclamation point on the end of
it's
Pride.
it
It
is
is.
the parentheses that caps Pride Month.
Yeah, raising flags, rockets.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's hot, so everyone's in like jean cutoff shorts and tank tops.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Oh man. You're
Everyone's
so
wearing
right, Johnny.
campy American flag gear. We're in
Mm.
it.
Yeah.
Happy Pride.
I'm also troubleshooting with Danny because StreamYard just keeps kicking him out.
Classic.
StreamYard apparently does not like Danny.
Has he tried
One of our
turning this computer
listeners
off and back on again.
also just suggested that the fireworks to people ratio needs to be heavily weighted in the favor of the fireworks, and frankly, they're right.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
As I've gotten
true.
older, it's shifted more to the people.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
5
like,
minutes
what
of
if-
fireworks for a crowd of 2,000 people.
Yeah.
What if we strapped people to the fireworks?
I'm liking where this is going.
You know, there's a really particular type of person in America who I think could stand with being strapped to a few more fireworks. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, that's exactly where my mind went. Johnny.
How many
have a list.
fireworks do you think we all need to be strapped to?
I don't think we all need to be strapped to fireworks.
Yeah,
I
no,
think,
that's not.
I was referencing our conversation about punches. It's just one of the funniest bits I think we've ever done, and I'm going to use it as much as I can.
Fair.
That is fair. We should probably. I mean, we should vamp a little bit more until we get Danny sorted out. Yeah.
Yeah,
hmm
So
I think we'll be good, but
Yeah.
he's going to try a couple things. But yeah,
cool.
Cool.
We're vamping. Oh, huge disappointment. So Milwaukee has always done July 3rd fireworks.
yeah, by the lake, it's the best.
By the lake. Incredible
Oh.
views. You can see it from like
It's
the whole
free,
half
too.
of the city.
It's-
Totally free.
Why do they do the third?
I don't know. It's just always been the third.
Okay.
Is it because it's just like statistically safer for driving?
I think it's because they expect everybody to do like the various suburb like fireworks shows
on the 4th.
on the
yeah.
4th.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
I don't think there's a statistically safe day to drive in Milwaukee, Steve.
There
Ah,
isn't.
all right, that's
We have
fair. All right.
really, really bad traffic issues. Anyways,
Dang it.
moving on. This year they are doing a drone show.
Oh no!
Unless they just straight up canceled the day entirely. I cannot remember.
Oh no, that's so sad. That's a bummer.
And
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, drone shows have their place. It's you know,
Yeah.
it's
When they're
not
mixed
loud.
with the fireworks, it can
Yeah,
be
I'm sure
really dope.
The combined experience would be super cool too.
I understand the move to drones. It's more environmentally friendly. It's more like neurodivergent friendly. I'll miss fireworks when we start moving away from them completely.
Wow.
don't think
I
we
didn't
ever
realize that was a
should.
thing.
I don't really think that environment is really unfriendly compared to all of the other things that we do.
Oh, for sure. No, it's a drop in the bucket. For sure. For sure. It's a drop.
Yeah.
In the bucket.
I mean, I don't think
Listen.
I've personally observed a large move towards drone shows and away from fireworks, but
Oh, really? Okay. I feel like I've been hearing a lot about it over the
maybe
last
it's a Midwest thing.
maybe 2 or 3 years. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of really big fireworks shows in the Midwest have started like stopping or
Hmm.
shifting to drones, or getting smaller. So I don't know. Maybe it's just Wisconsin. I don't know.
Maybe.
It's just the Milwaukee area, but it sucks.
Maybe. Either way, strap a rocket to your friends this July 4th.
Strap on rockets now for sale on our merch store.
Happy Pride Month, everyone. It sounds like Danny is in here, so I think with that we should play D&D.
I'm so nervous.
All right.
Wait, why is Danny
Make me
level
leave.
6?
I think it's just gonna make me leave again. 'cause
Danny,
I'm better
are
than
we
you.
level 6?
No, you're not.
Danny's just trying to be ahead of the curve.
Oh.
No, we will get into it in a second. All right. We'll get into it.
Danny
Wow.
is ahead of the curve.
Danny's not doing
Ooh.
anything he shouldn't be doing.
Okay.
You guys just don't know everything Danny knows.
Okay.
All right.
That's the scariest sentence I've ever heard.
That's terrifying.
I don't think Danny knows everything Danny knows.
Yeah, that's why it's scary.
Johnny just
All
told
right.
him, just put level 6. Just put it down. Just
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
In exchange for
scrap it
letting
out.
me just make decisions for Jaird, he's now level 6.
Oh, that's it.
I'll
No.
sit here.
That's-
I'll sit here and we're just Jaegering Jaird, but I'll watch.
No, here's the deal. Last time you guys traveled to a new city. So we had a bunch of stuff kind of happen, and also like it all happened in a single vein, but you guys all had dreams given to you by various gods and received tokens from those gods and did a little bit of research about what those dreams and what those tokens meant. You came to the conclusion that these gods have selected you to be their champions because of something that's going on in the world. You were able to gather that it might have something to do with the Mire Weavers and the book that Cadmir sold to them. It might have something to do with what's going on the coast. You know that somewhere, in the world, someone is doing things that the gods are not happy about, and they feel like they need champions, and they've chosen you guys to be those champions. And so after doing that research, you discovered that you would need to leave Hilltop to find some relics that are attached to the tokens that the gods gave you. These relics are items of power that are attached directly to the gods that their champions carried in days of old. And so you went to Calibri, the capital city of the nation of Corian, the nation in which Hilltop sits, to try and find at least information about a couple of those relics. You, in Calibri, visited the Temple of Gogod, where Jaird had a brawl with their high priest in order to try and gain kind of access and prove himself as the champion of Gogod. And you visited the Grove of Theane, where you are waiting to be able to talk to their chief grove keeper, the one that they call the Mother, who's the chief priestess of Theane. And because I believe Pellis is holding the token of Theane, and you want to find that particular relic. And so where we left off, you were waiting for your audience with Mother in the grove, and then you found she was running late, and you were still waiting, and then you found out that she actually had to travel suddenly and unexpectedly to Alarendale, into the forest, into a sister grove that exists there to take care of something happening in the forest. And so with that, we jump back in. And I want to actually, before we go back to the grove where everyone except for Jaird is, let's zoom back in on the Temple of Gogod, where Jaird has been training and getting to know the priests and priestesses there. So Jaird, what are things looking like for you? And actually, before we jump into that, let's address the elephant in the room. Jaird is level 6, and the rest of you are level 5. And so here's the thing. I told you guys before that I had some special clocks for each of you that were separate from we're using Milestone as our level up system. And I have some special clocks for each of you that are kind of level up clocks that if you fill any one of those clocks at any point, I'm going to give you guys a level or a feat or different things that will buff your characters. And
so cool.
Yeah. And so Jaird happened to fill up one of his clocks. And so because of that, Jaird went up a level. And so now he's a level 6. And I'm assuming you didn't take any multi-class or anything like that. You just leveled up within Paladin.
Well, wait a minute.
Okay, yes, he just took a level.
I just took a level in Paladin.
What were you planning?
What
would you take?
What can you take?
Probably just fighter, right?
Probably.
As far as what's available.
Yeah.
Not that he would do that. Anyways.
Paladin.
Yeah, did you get anything in particular?
Not really. So the amount of spells I get doesn't even change from level 5 to 6, but I do get a thing.
Oh, and what is that thing?
Let me find it again. It's
illuminating.
Here we go. Aura of protection.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, whenever me or friendly, or no, I grant all friendly creatures within 10 feet of me a +1 bonus to saving throws.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's so
cool. Stay near me during tough times.
Well, if you're in melee, you should stay near him in case you get nuked.
Especially the squishier of you. That's going to come in super handy later today. So I'm just kidding. Just trying to scare you guys.
Johnny's just fireballing the shit.
Fireball. A group of 6 wizards forms a circle around you. Fireball.
No. I'm very flammable.
So we zoom in on the Temple of Gogod, where there are fighting pits and people constantly practicing the art of combat. And while you've been there, Jaird, you've also noticed that every hour on the hour, a different type of animal that seems to maybe correspond to the hour is brought in to be sacrificed at the main altar in the temple as well. And it's just, this place is bathed in blood. It is not necessarily a pleasant place to be, but you've been here for at least a few hours. And let's say we could fast forward a little bit through time, so we're not going to like cover all of the time that you spent away from the party, but they've been they spent the night in the grove, and you spent the night at the Temple of Gogod. And so you wake up in the morning, and a woman who you haven't met yet comes into the Spartan room that you've been staying in. Will you be training more with us today, or connecting with your friends?
As she walks in, Jaird is performing his daily ritual that he does with his shield and such, and the candles. He goes, I shall train with you. Or you and your people. Not you specifically, I imagine.
You're training with me specifically. Come.
All right. Thank you. He finishes up. Yeah, hastily puts his armor on and comes.
And she leads you to like a dining area. Again, much of this temple is very, very Spartan. There is not a lot of like decoration or frills. Anything that could be seen as maybe decorative is, for the most part, also functional. It all seems to be like live edge weapons hanging up, not in a decorative way, but sort of so that they're accessible in case they need to be grabbed in a moment. But the dining hall is just stone tables and wooden chairs, and a group of servants kind of walking around with trays of food. And you can, as you look around, you see that they are just serving the same thing to everyone. It is just a bowl of porridge, a little bit of meat that you can't even quite tell what it is from a distance, and a wooden cup that presumably has water in it, because you don't smell any alcohol in the air. But as you guys make your way into the cafeteria here, a servant comes up with a tray for each of you and sets it down on the table. Walks away silently.
No alcohol, just unadulterated bloodshed of the sober. I love it. Yeah, Jaird will just...
She kind of looks at you a little bit confused. Do you feel the need to be drunk in order to...
Oh, sorry, that was Danny saying that.
Oh, okay.
Danny was just buffering, just like processing the scene you laid out.
Yeah. Jaird was like, what did you say your name was?
Rena.
And what will be on the agenda today for training, Rena?
Spears and whips today. If you can't use Gogod's preferred weapons, then you have no place here.
It's understandable.
Eat your food. And she just tucks into her porridge, and looks like maybe like looks like rough cuts of bacon are what the meat is, like not the stuff you would get at a lord's table, but still meat.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I think Jaird is just still like hyper focused on just getting training started. Any questions I think like he would have had regarding everything, I think he's just sort of putting on the back burner for now.
Yeah. All right, let me pull something up real quick here. What is Jaird thinking about, like, his friends and what they might be doing, and whether or not he should get back to them?
I think Jaird assumes that if he was needed, they would probably come get him. And so as long as they'll allow him, I think he's just going to focus on this.
Okay.
I think he's sort of thinking about it like, okay, they're getting their side of this, this quest done. I'm doing my part by training here to hopefully
I'm doing my part
by eating bacon. No, to hopefully prove himself as the champion of Golgot. So yeah. Still very, very disappointed in himself for yesterday. No matter how encouraging Bellis tried to be and his friends tried to be. It's definitely something that's like still just like constantly in his mind that he's thinking about.
No, man,
like,
it's just not on me that you suck.
I
Tried my best.
Be better, Jaird.
I'm tired of you. All right.
Like I said, the encouraging words of his friends, no matter how much they reiterated them, it just didn't help. No.
Okay. Let's see. I want you. Actually, hang on. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No worries.
Is Jaird wearing his normal kind of clothes, or has he had to stay in a different state for training?
Sorry.
So they've allowed him to wear his armor so far.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Yep.
But there's definitely a distinct sense, and you guys even got this when you were there for his initial combat. There's definitely a unhidden sense of disdain for the fact that he keeps wearing his armor.
Yeah. And I think this morning, I can imagine yesterday, he was probably feeling a little bit of like, what's the word? Not like embarrassment, but like maybe like a level lower than that, right? Like a hint of like shame, like sensing that from other people. But I think waking up this morning and the words from what's the name of his opponent the previous day that he fought? I forget.
Oh yeah,
Starfall.
Starfall. Yes, thank you, Justin.
The words from Starfall saying that like followers of Golgad will like use anything at their disposal, to defeat their opponents. Those words are ringing in his head, and he's like, all right, I have my armor. It's going to give me an edge over 3 people, and I'm not ashamed of that. So I think this morning he's, he polished his armor, and he's proudly wearing it. And like,
Yeah. Nice. Okay, Danny, what is your intelligence modifier?
my intelligence modifier is 1. It's a little smart.
All right, roll
a little
1d10 minus 1.
Okay. That's one of those. Ooh, 9.
9. Okay. You didn't want high this time, unfortunately.
Oh
but,
man.
So
it'd be like Jaird knows 9 things.
no, as you're eating, at one point, Rena looks up at you and goes, "All right, so I'm supposed to give you the lay of the land. It's going to take you 9 weeks to learn everything we have to teach you."
Jaird like chokes on his breakfast a little bit and tries to hide it. No, 9 weeks. What's the metric of measurement there? Or is that just normally how long it takes? Or
They sent me to train you today because I could take the measure of you.
we've only eaten breakfast. How can I gauge that?
I can tell by the foppish way you hold your spoon.
Oh. I really want like out of a pure moment of comedy, Jaird, to just drop his spoon in his bowl. Like, oh shit.
Yeah. You were trained in a royal court, not in a battlefield. You've seen battle, I can tell that much, but no. You don't know as much as you think you do about the art of war. So it takes time to teach you. It's less time than some need.
If that is how long you think it will take, then I shall stay here 9 weeks. I imagine my friends will be fine with that.
Might want to find out. Why don't you go talk to them?
You're right.
Come back. But before you go and talk to your friends, we're going to do a couple more rolls here. So I want you to roll a d6, 1d6.
Oh, man. It's going to be another 4 years, isn't it? No.
9 weeks and 4 years.
What a strange way to order the metric of time there. It's going to take you 3 hours, 4 days, 9 weeks, and 4 years. 5.
5? Okay, so you can tell, even based on this conversation, that and you start like looking around, you notice like looks that people are giving to you and Rena, and like you can see, actually make an insight check. Give me roll a d20, add your insight.
No, we're not gonna kiss, guys. Stop looking at us. Sorry. Natural 1.
Natural 1. Okay. I'm gonna give it 2 anyway. You could see a look of pity in the eyes of the other acolytes in the temple looking at you.
Oh man. Jaird's back in high school, man. This sucks.
And when you were growing up, there was a sword master in the kingdom who was known for being particularly cruel to their students. And Rena reminds you, maybe even looks a little bit like him. And you just get the vibe she's going to be a cruel taskmaster when it comes to your training. But she's who you were assigned.
All right.
Right.
Things are looking up for Jaird, guys. It's all right. It's all right.
So if you're worried about your friends, go talk to them. Make sure you have your minder's permission before you come and train.
He's just sort of looking just straight forward, just gazing into the void, not even looking at anything in particular. He's just like, all right, I shall return promptly.
Right. I'll be here working while you're gone.
Goodbye. Jaird will stand up and
she gives like a little sarcastic, like she like waves, like twinkles her fingers at you.
So that hastily, he'll keep his head down as he just kind of hastily walks out of the temple, his armor just clanking ever so loudly. I think from Jaird's perspective, the temple's dead silent as the sound of his armor is just echoing through the walls as he stands up and walks out.
Yeah, you just feel like all eyes are on you as you.
God.
Yeah, Nanny, quick above the table check. Are you okay?
Me?
I know that was fictional, but God damn.
We all felt it.
I'm not gonna lie.
It hurt me
I'm
physically.
not gonna lie. It was a little hot.
That was not what we were expecting you to say.
But should we have expected it? Yes.
Yeah, you're right. That's on us.
If any of us have ever
That's on
learned
us.
anything about Danny, that shouldn't have been
refining important understandings. About
Everything's hot. And if everything's hot, nothing is hot.
I do love the joke. I do love the joke. I've seen like people like coming up with alternate ways to say you're playing D&D, like to get out of things and be like, oh, I'm sorry, I have to go flirt with all my friends.
That is how Danny treats it.
I mean,
All right.
are you really friends if you don't flirt with each other?
You can kiss a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, kiss a little bit. Kiss your friends. Kiss your friends, guys.
Kiss your friends.
Listeners at home, kiss your friends. Okay.
All right, we get a classic Star Wars wife cut over to the Grove, where the rest of you guys are. And
Sorry.
you, in contrast to Jaird, you wake up, and it's so peaceful. There are birds chirping. You're each wall of the kind of cozy cove that you guys slept in is decorated with these flowers that bloom in the morning. So there's like this wonderful floral smell, and you step off of your beds onto just the softest, most pillowy moss, and you're greeted by just the smells of a wonderful vegetarian feast on the table in the banqueting area.
I also imagine that one acolyte is just already up staring at us.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You guys wake up and she's like, "Oh, I didn't want to disturb you, but I've been waiting for you to wake up. Are you ready for breakfast?"
Have you just been staring at us while we're sleeping?
No, not staring.
To some extent, yes.
That's a little weird, right? Has anyone ever told you that?
Customs vary greatly from place to place, Cass. I do not know what the customs are of this place in particular, but I have learned to
you stare at me while I'm sleeping.
Well, I only meditate for 4 hours a night, so the rest of the time is quite available.
You know, we've never talked about this. What do you do at that time?
We shall speak later.
All right, fine.
I don't get that at all. I have to sleep 8 hours a night. Very normal amount. Half elf thing doesn't really change that for me.
You sleep quite heavily.
See, that's weird.
Well, you failed in your attempt because I'm certainly disturbed. Let's move.
Okay, let's go.
To the meal then, yes.
Hops down from her bed and kind of like half skips out towards the banquet table.
What is she?
I do not have a correct read yet.
I don't know if there is one. Let me be real. Oh, man.
In any case, let us eat.
Yeah. And as you guys are eating, one of the attendants, there's like a certain level of like, it's a little bit difficult to tell who is who here. There are so many people who are like dressed the same in like on a level that goes beyond even what you saw in the Temple of Gogod. Like they are, there's like a level of similarity between people that like some people you can't even tell. Like the only reason you can tell it's a different person you're talking to is because their ears aren't pointed, but the last person's were. And they just like, it's a little bit off-putting almost the way that some of these people are so homogenous. But thankfully this person who comes up to you this morning is distinct, because rather than being a human or an elf or one of the handful of tieflings you've seen walking around this grove, this is a furbolg. And he comes up and he
goat man.
Not a goat man.
Well, they're kind of goat-like looking.
A furbolg.
No.
It's like
furbolgs are like giant kin.
Well, they're cow people.
Yeah, goat, cow.
Giant
That was
kin
close.
are Goliaths.
Am I thinking of the right thing?
I was close with the goat thing.
Yeah, they're cow people.
Yeah, they're more cow-like than goat-like, but I wouldn't really call them cow people either.
That's okay.
Anyways,
wait, are you? So you said giant kin? Did you mean Goliaths? Because those are actually giant.
Goliaths are half giant, but furbolgs are closely related to giants as well, and they are large.
Yeah,
but they're furry.
They have some fur, yeah.
Cool.
But anyway, this is a furbolg who comes over to you guys, and yes, sorry, I just had to look it up. Furbolgs are giantkin.
Cool.
Yeah. So he comes over and he, I hope that you all slept well.
Why don't you ask your acolyte over there? Apparently she watched us while we slept.
Do you remember what I named her?
I don't. I was going to ask you.
Ooh.
I did not take notes, unfortunately. I took bad notes when we were in person. I normally take
Bad
notes.
note.
Bad notes. Bad notes.
Bad note.
I have fallen prey to that thing that many GMs fall prey to, where I made a character and I didn't expect to need to remember their name a session away.
Dang it.
Oh well, it doesn't matter. We won't get bogged down. He looks at her and goes, "We've spoken about this. Go now. See to your duties. Anyways, how did you all sleep?"
You slept well. Thank you.
Yes. Or he kind of gestures towards you, Lyrian. "I trust you rested well. I'm sure you didn't sleep."
Indeed.
Wonderful. Are you planning to wait to see Mother, or would you like to go to her, or come back another time?
What do you suggest as the swiftest course of action?
Well, I do believe the matters she's attending to were quite sensitive, and so I don't know that she would have much time for you were you to go to her, nor would I assume she would appreciate it. Similarly, it may be some time before she returns to the grove here. You may be best served moving on and returning at a later date.
I'd like to... I don't know if an insight roll is the right thing here, Johnny, but I just kind of want to check if it feels like we've been deliberately delayed through this sequence of events.
Oh yeah, I think
This whole show of hospitality, this like hang around for a few hours, go to bed, hang out today, maybe you'll see her. Oh, never mind. Like, and I know it's hard to aim that at just one person, the Furbolg or whatever, as opposed to like, but I guess maybe this could be about reading the sequence of events. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll set it rather than so because you're not trying to read. You're reading the sequence of events. I'll set a DC, but it will still be an insight check instead of it being a contested against his persuasion or deception sort of thing.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Insight is +6 for me. Base 15, so 21.
Yeah, you don't get the sense that you're being held up on purpose. There is you get a sense that like urgency isn't really their thing here. You know, like they exist to tend to this grove that existed long before most of them were born and will exist long after most of them die. And so that kind of thinking kind of moves urgency to the back burner. They don't necessarily worry about things happening quickly. And so because of that, they aren't necessarily worried about any sense of urgency you guys might feel. And so it's not that they are trying to delay you or give you the runaround. It's just that something important came up and Mother had to go.
Excellent. What was the name of this Furbolg, or has he given it yet?
He hasn't given it yet.
Sir Furbolg, your name, if you would.
Yes, of course. Let me pull up a name.
Let me just whip something up over here.
Bolgfur.
Dash of Dubulus. Sprinkle.
It's
Snipping
Vata.
Vata. I am Lyrian of the Waking Root, or formerly of the Waking Root. Remains to be seen if they will return to this plane of existence in one piece.
He presses a hand to his chest and like bows somewhat formally. It is a pleasure.
Likewise. Do you think that your mother, the Grove Tender, could be persuaded that ours is a matter of even greater importance than what she attends to now? If, for instance, she knew that we were called upon by the gods to become their champions.
His eyebrows go up.
Particularly the champion of Theane, who remains to be confirmed. But we must find the relic of the previous champion of Theane, if it is possible.
The mother would be interested in this, most assuredly, but she is in Alarndale to broker peace between the warring factions.
Forgive us, we were vanished from this realm for what appeared to be 4 years. Which factions are you referring to in this case?
Jundin and the Darkspire.
Of course. And
Most
she
of
means
their
to broker
war has-
peace between them.
If she can, they've called a parley of sorts, and she was asked to come and mediate.
Do the Jundins have any reason to listen to what she has to say?
The people of Jundin respect the authority of the churches, and at least to some degree, maybe the High Priest of Gogad will be more persuasive, but he is there as well.
Oh. What if they're just trying to kill the High Priests and Priestesses?
Well, then that would be the will of the gods, wouldn't it?
That's only if they died. The will of gods.
Well, then if they live, then that is the will of the gods. Life and death is a simple cycle.
It is, but we exist in between.
Well, no, we don't. We exist in life. And then in death, we find our way to wherever is next.
I understand. I was listing them as events, like birth and death. And
Sure,
that we
sure.
exist in between, and the only way to exist is to make decisions, to do things with the time that we are given.
Yes.
Right. So if you completely hands off, it's the god's choice, however things go.
Well, no one is saying to be hands off. You make the decisions you make. We are simply saying that if Jundin has created a ruse to kill the mother and the high priest, the high marshal, then, well,
That's
was the will of the gods.
sure.
They chose to go into what may be a trap, and
I'm just pointing
they
out that
choose
that's not
to attempt to broker peace. And
great
Jundin-
choices. Not denying that. Not denying that. Not helpful to our conversation. I was trying to ask if you thought that that might be the case, not your opinion on the quality of that happening or what the gods might think of it.
I see. Our diviners saw no ill intent when the invitation was made.
Okay, that's good information. It's a good sign. I was just worried because I don't, Jundin. I guess I'm a little biased against them.
That is reasonable.
I actually would trust the Dustfire too. Well, actually, as the mother Elven.
Yes, she is.
What about the leader, the High Priest of Gogad?
No, he is orc.
Oh, that's right. I think we met him.
Is Solaris Thornshadow still in Church of the Darkspire?
Last I knew, yes.
Well, he'll at least talk to the High Priestess or the mother. Whatever. Obviously not our place to comment on their High Priest and Priestess. We just have things to ask them. Were any other religions represented? Was it just Gogad or any gods? Sorry. Represented?
Many were invited as far as I know, but I think that only they attended.
It's fair.
They are the chief deities worshipped by each nation respectively.
It does, yeah, it doesn't make sense that their representatives would show.
And just like completely apropos of nothing, where exactly is this peace brokering happening?
It's happening in Alarndale.
Right,
In the Grove.
Perfect, thank you. That was all I wanted to know.
Oh, were you wanting to go there?
No, I was just asking.
I mean, we might.
If
We-
you
we-
Well,
it really
yeah,
is of
might.
the utmost importance that we
I've been tasked with assisting you however you need. If you want to
Great,
go
then
to
let's
the
go to
grove,
Alarndale.
Wonderful. If you'll accompany me to the platform.
Momentarily. Sorry, 1 second. Probably should talk to Jaird first.
Of course, yeah. I didn't mean like we had to leave right now.
But he was definitely trying to get us to leave right now.
You are welcome to stay as long as you'd like.
We just need like an hour. That's it. We just need to find our friend.
Of course.
Is the platform a teleportation circle?
No, we have none of those.
I see.
You will walk through the tree.
Oh, okay.
Very good.
I've seen priests
We will see you soon.
do that before. I don't like it.
I will be tending some of the garden here. And he walks over towards like a vegetable garden nearby.
I thought you were just going to say vegetable for a second. Just imagine like
towards
a massive cabbage or something.
Single tomato.
You're just petting it gently.
Good cabbage. Good cabbage.
And frankly, for a druid, that would probably work. That would probably make the cabbage grow better.
I'm sort of walking away, and Cass will be like, all right, so the last time we walked through a tree, someone forced me to dance. So can we just get some assurance that nothing
this
bad
is
will
slightly
happen walking
different.
through a tree?
It's not like fey magic, but it is very. For some reason, it just gives me the chills every time I see it. Like you just walk into a tree, and then you come out of another tree.
I can
Just
see
is.
that sounds kind of disconcerting.
I don't know. I realize that that's the same in principle, in the theory, as like a teleportation circle. You walk into one circle, you come out another circle. But for some reason, it being a tree just really messes me up. I don't know. Freaks me out a little bit.
He's not that far away, so would you prefer a different plant?
No, the tree is good. Sorry.
Go back to petting your cabbage.
This is lettuce.
Go back
She's
to
very
petting your
unfamiliar with
lettuce.
vegetables. We're working on it. Okay, so let's just go find Jaird. We'll worry about the tree when the tree comes. So we head out
Let's do it.
to the
Yeah.
Temple of Gogad.
You guys make your way down the tree, and you're on your way out when you see Jaird talking to an attendant at the entryway to the grove. And as you get closer, you hear the attendant saying, I understand. It's just that if you've ever met a druid, you know we don't do the whole like metal armor, metal weapons thing. We'd prefer if you left
if you want, you just walk in naked. Would you prefer that?
Honestly, yes.
Jaird.
Oh, beautiful. Here are my friends. I don't even need to go in. So thank you very much for nothing.
Don't be rude.
I'm sorry.
She's just no. Don't apologize. You're fine. Don't be rude to her, Jaird. So Jaird,
I'm sorry.
she's just doing her job. Don't do that.
My apologies. Hello. Hi.
You're alive.
Why are you talking to us like you've never met us before?
How are you?
what's
I'm
happening?
Jaird of House Carathan.
We know. What has happened? You hit too hard in the head? Do you need medical attention?
Sorry. No. What's going on with you guys?
Well, it seems that the high priestess of Theane isn't even here. She had to leave because she's trying to broker peace between the Darkspire and Jundin. I realize that's your trigger word.
It's
chill.
It's all right. I can.
Oh,
hear the
okay.
word.
Okay. All right. Good. So, I don't really trust Jundin, and also we kind of are under a time crunch, I think, about getting these, vestiges of the gods. So,
Don't say
it really feels like
that's trademarked.
Oh, sorry. These raiments? Is that okay? Can I say that?
Relics?
Relics.
Relics?
I like raiments.
We've been saying relics, but
Okay, relics, whatever.
Yeah.
Relics of the gods. So we think we should go to. She's currently in
Alarndale.
Alarendale. Thank you. Name escaped me. Man, I'm just not good with names. Alarendale, and there's like a second grove that like a grove just like this there, where she is at now. They have a way. It's called tree walking. Not a big fan, but we're gonna essentially teleport there with the help of one of the disciples of Theane here. Do you want to come, or are you still doing like Gogad things?
Actually, perfect. So you guys can go do that, and I'll stay
Sorry,
here.
we
And then in
just
9
gonna-
weeks, we can everything will be fine. It'll take about 9 weeks, right?
9 weeks? I don't think we're gonna be gone that long.
Yeah.
I
Interesting.
hope not.
Are we just gonna brush over how he was treating us yesterday?
I mean, yeah, I was going to, but if we want to address that right now, we can. Hey,
I mean, I feel like if he's gonna come with us, we've got to talk about it, right?
He's not coming. He
Sounds
just
like
said that he
I'm not
wasn't.
going with you. I need to train.
So you're just gonna be gone for 9 weeks.
Oh,
Well,
I mean that's. I
we're
need-
going to be gone for however long this takes, and then we'll probably come
Yeah.
back, and he'll still be here. So we
You
can
know.
talk. We could talk about it then, or if you want to air these grievances now, you absolutely can.
What are we talking about?
We can
here?
make time for this.
Just
Jaird, shut up. Cass, do you want to? Did you want to?
no,
do this
I don't know. I don't want you to be gone for 9 weeks.
In the face of the duties at hand, Cass, I fear it doesn't matter what one individual wants.
If we're only going to be gone for a day or two, then just come with us and you can come back and train.
Last time we walked into a tree, it was a little more than a day or two. So,
Yeah, you know, Cass said the same thing. Okay. Hey, if it is only a day or two, we'll be back in like 2 or 3 days, which means we can say hello to Jaird and see him then. It'll be totally fine.
I could go back to my trainer and see if I can begin my training.
Oh, do they seem like a really reasonable?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
mhm. Very
Oh, that's good.
understanding.
Flexible work
Yeah.
hours, unlimited PTO,
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
They let me come here to talk to you guys. So they were very one of the best, I imagine. So yes, don't come with me. I will go ask her, and
But then, what if she says no? You're gonna have to come back here.
You know what? It's too much work. If you don't want to come, don't worry about it. Just start your training. We'll be back.
Okay, but first, I do think Jaird. It seems like Cass really wants.
No, I don't. I'm fine. Let's just go. You do your
Jaird-
training, and we'll go take care of this thing.
Jaird,
yes.
you said some pretty unkind things yesterday.
What
Interesting.
was that?
You don't remember?
Yesterday was all kind of a blur.
Okay, just apologize then. Just I'm not gonna go over it with you. You're not a child.
All right. Cass, I apologize for anything I might have said yesterday that you would have read as unkind.
What
See,
about
that
Phyllis?
was a terrible qualifier I think there. I'm okay. You know what? Honestly, that was already kind of a train wreck. Let's just
that
take
young
it as it is.
female acolyte appears near you guys. What did he say?
Not important right
It's
now.
a personal thing. Why are you here?
We're not even in the grove.
Yeah. She points at the fence behind you.
Yeah, we're
No.
right next to it. I know, but I don't know. Feels more invasive than before. This is
Okay, sorry. I'll go.
thank you. Anyways.
I'm going to see if the trainer is all right with me.
Okay, I feel like I'm getting mixed signals from everyone here. What do you what do you think you should do, Jaird? Like, genuinely, tell us that.
If the trainer gives me permission to come with you guys, then I think I should come with you guys and then come back and train for 9 weeks.
Okay,
So-
all right.
Sorry, is that going to be what it's going to be for 9 weeks? Or just here doing nothing? Like what?
I mean, we still have
other
another
stuff-
god to look into in this city.
And is
so-
Jaird just not going to come with us for that?
Well, I'm sure he won't be training 24/7, and even if he is, we can at least consult with him in between.
Yeah, I can't speak on how involved the training will be, but I'm sure, as Bellis says, I might have some.
I'm certain it's going to be a lot harder than you're thinking, and
I don't know,
I'm also
almost
kind
know
of
for a fact
questioning
it's going
if
to
you're
be
even
very
gonna
involved.
be
but-
even allowed to do this little quest with us. But
Don't really like the idea of being stuck in a place for 9 weeks. So
It will not
we don't
take
have to
that
be,
long.
Cass. We really don't.
You all can do whatever you want while I'm training. It's not.
but without
You
you,
can also use the teleportation circle in the basement of
Cadmir's shop. Yeah,
Cadmir's shop.
Sorry,
How did I forget
Donald.
Cadmir's name?
Donald's shop.
Oh, Donald's
Donald.
second
Donald?
shop.
Donald.
Donald.
Cass, I don't know what you're worried about. The three of you are plenty capable.
Just, I'm worried about you, Jaird. Honestly,
I'm fine. I'm in the temple of. I mean, and you can be in a temple filled with bloodthirsty maniacs. They'll
like you
protect
died
me.
in yesterday. Yeah, I'm a
Evan,
little worried.
Evan was resurrected.
Are you feeling okay? By the way, that didn't do anything.
I feel great.
Right. Okay.
It will
all
not
right.
take 9 weeks. If the gods have any urgency, and if we are not mistaken in reading what has been given to us, then
Yeah,
the typical training assignments and designations of the temple are of no importance.
she seemed pretty certain, so I
Yes,
just will see you there.
But she has not received visions from the gods, nor a token.
Yeah. Speaking of her, I should go ask. To save time, you guys may come with if you'd like. And Jaird will just turn around, right back around, and start walking back to the temple to go ask. I forgot her name already. Oh no,
Rena.
Rena, if you can do this little thing, this little thing of magic.
You all should be in the notes that I've shared with all of us because I write
I
down everything
just-
that happens and all the NPCs.
Except for episode 18, evidently.
That's because we were in person and
I don't
we
think you get to
in
talk
it.
shit after you forgot a character's name that you were literally just told. To be clear, I also have that problem, but I wasn't talking shit. So
Okay, you're right. Yeah, Jaird will return to Rena.
Does everybody else go with him?
I do not want to go back to the temple.
Oh. You know what? I'll go with him. That way, if he does have to stay, I can just come back and say he had to stay. You guys can stay here. Lyrian, I'm sure you're having a great time. Cass, you just don't want to go, so that's fair. I will see you both later.
Thank you.
So, Jaird, let's head out.
Yeah.
As you
As-
leave, you hear like the fading words behind you of Lyrian just trying to like comfort Cass. You know, in the waking room, we would often hold hands with those with whom we intended to have a confrontation and say what we wish and what we fear.
I'm not going to hold your hand, Lyrian.
I didn't ask you to hold my hand, but next time perhaps you could hold Jaird's hands.
I don't want to hold Jaird hand either.
Very well.
You don't?
As we're walking, just still like looking forward, Jaird will start speaking to Pellis. What's going on with Cass? Is everything all right there? She seems off.
Well, here's the thing, Jaird. 3 members of this party have almost zero ability to communicate their feelings and ideas and thoughts.
Hmm.
Really just communicate at all. Well, one of them can specifically communicate their thoughts and does so at a detriment to the rest of the party. And the other two just can't communicate.
You know, actually, I have this book that I picked up in Lockwood on emotional stuff that I could give the three of you.
I knew you were going to say stuff. It didn't make it any less disappointing to hear. I'm going to be real with you right now.
No, she just, I genuinely don't remember what I said yesterday.
You just kind of like, so you were feeling really bad about yourself, and so you kind of like lashed out at us, even though we were just trying to gas you up. I think you said that we weren't good enough or something along those lines because you weren't good. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really remember either. It doesn't do well to hold on to the things that hurt you. So I do still, just to be clear, want an apology, but the one you gave Cass was so lackluster. I just kind of like, I'll get back to it.
Jaird will stop, still just like looking forward. Yes, I think in the face of what I perceived as such a failure, I had another moment of weakness, Alice, and I'm sorry for what I said. That was uncalled for, especially.
Cool. I want to be very
here together.
Very clear with you, Jaird.
Yes.
That was a moment of weakness. To lash out at others because of how you felt about yourself. But losing is not necessarily weakness. You did impress the high priest enough that you are being considered for one of the most venerable positions in their religion. That is not a failure. That isn't weakness. Because if it was, he wouldn't have even given you a second thought. He would have beat you into the ground and he would have kicked you out.
After spending some more time in the temple, some contemplation this morning, those words ring true to me. Pellis.
Good. I think this is really good for you. I mean, don't get too bloodthirsty in there, but these people...
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad that you're saying that. Okay, this is good.
With blood.
Yeah, it's literally insane. But to some extent,
walls
the
are
mentality...
like red, it's just blood.
I know. Well, they're kind of brown just from like the dry.
It's disgusting.
It
smells
really gross.
horrid.
Yeah, it was very. Anyways,
Yes.
the thing is, while they are very eccentric and over the top, the base teachings and ideas behind what they do, I think it will be really helpful for you. And I really do think you should do your best to connect with what they're saying and what they're teaching, and to not just what they're saying, but how that leads you to God and connects you to him.
Yes.
I think it'll do you a lot of good. That's all.
Yes. I never imagined God would be the God that I end up
Really?
things with, but it's
Worshipping.
worshiping. Yes, that one. That's the one. That's the one I was looking for.
I honestly thought you already were worshipping God when we met, so I was kind of surprised to learn that you weren't.
It probably should have been, I'm hell bent on revenge.
I mean,
so-
should have
Yeah,
is a strong word. It's
Yeah.
whatever. Anyways, and we arrive.
Yeah. As you guys get to the temple, Rena is sitting on the steps of the temple. I had to ask your mind to escort you back, I see.
Jeez.
Oh,
Yes,
who knows?
Rena, this is Pellis. Pellis, Rena.
Hello. I'm Pellis, priest of Dustfire.
Nice to meet you, Pellis.
Nice to meet you.
She It's just like kind of looking at you like with a penetrating gaze. All right.
Penetrating gaze. Happy Pride Month. Okay.
It is still Judy for us.
Oh god,
For those of you listening to the recording.
headed. Okay.
We're gonna let
okay.
Danny have that one.
We're gonna move on now. She looks at Jaird, and her eyes kind of narrow.
Yes.
You wanting to leave?
Oh
Too much for you?
no. See, there's
Right.
something.
Can't handle it.
No, there's a matter that's quite urgent.
Oh, an urgent
And-
matter.
Yes, but I will return
Of course.
to begin
Lord.
training. Oh.
Ah, yes. We'll see. So you
You just sort of side eyes Pellis like you see what I have to
Like
do.
Alice is like, he's really trying not to be like intimidated by this person, but he's also like side eyeing, like Jared. Like, what is going on?
Well, I suppose I would be remiss if I let you go on an adventure and you didn't continue your training. So who knows how long you'll be gone. And so she reaches behind her and pulls out 3 scrolls. It's 3 weeks of training. Go through these moves daily. If it doesn't hurt, you're not doing it right. And come back. We'll assess where you are.
All right, I will. I'll be sure to abide by the trainings and the scrolls, and then I will return.
Good. See that you do. I'd hate for us to lose a champion.
Yes, I'm sure you would. Thank you, Reno. Pellis, let's go.
All right, it was nice meeting
Stop
you.
off a moment.
Right,
Yep.
Hang on. Question for you. Where are you
Me?
going? Yeah, you.
Yeah, Pellis, where are we going again?
Jam, where are we going?
You're going to Alarendale.
Alarendale. We are going to Alarendale. We need to see the high priestess of Theane for a different matter. But
Oh.
it is currently a place where peace is being brokered, maybe between
I'm
Jundin
aware,
and
yeah.
Darkspire. Oh yeah, that's
Sarkel's-
right. The high
Sarkel's
priest
there.
of
Yeah.
Gorm is there.
Go, God.
Gogad, sorry.
Important you lot, aren't you?
I don't know about that. We might be one day.
All right. Why? Why are you doing all this? I heard some rumor that you think you're the champion of Gogard. Which one's champion are you?
I'm unsure. I think Dystall, I would assume. This is priest.
Oh, all right. But what spurred all this?
Oh, we
Right on.
received messages from the gods.
They just sent messengers to you.
No, they sent us dreams.
Dreams.
Well,
Really?
and favors. So Gogad gave me this, and he shows like the pebble.
So why aren't you training with me? If Gogod gave you that, why am I training him?
Well, my understanding of his message was that I was to choose. I could make a choice for him, not be his champion.
And in all the stories, how many times have you heard of the gods showing up to someone who's not supposed to be their champion? In all the stories, how many times have you heard of the gods choosing someone to choose for them? Either you're all mixed up, or you're not talking to the gods. Just a thought. And she gets up and walks back inside.
Oh my god, what did she say? I blacked out that entire time.
I don't know. She was. So she was trying to make us question if like I should have been the champion of Gogad, but that's ridiculous. He kind of just insulted me when he was talking to me, so I don't think that was the case. And he literally just said that he was going to have me do something
She-
for him.
Oh,
Sorry, what?
Gogod insulted you. Never mind, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
he.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
go God.
Yeah, Gogad did that to me. Gogad. Yeah, I don't really agree because like it is kind of perfect when you consider the four of us. Like, she's right in that most of the stories are like a god directly communicating with someone who is to be their champion. And we're walking back, just to be clear. But like, if you take the four of us, each having a message from a god that really applies to another member of our party, it kind of makes sense that we are all meant to like choose each other and help each other.
Yeah.
Jaird, make a history check, and Palace, make a religion check. I want both of you to do that with advantage.
Oh, okay.
Because of all the research you did previously.
Well, 19 on the die. The high die. So a 23 total for history.
For religion, 16.
16? Okay. Based on both your memories and your research, she is right in the regard that no god has ever chosen someone to choose their champion. Every god, every story of every god choosing a champion has been a god choosing giving a token to the person that they were choosing to be their champion. But Jaird, you remember the stories that you grew up with increasing clarity as time goes on, as things are happening. And it's not just that the gods have always chosen their own champions. There has never been a story of a god choosing a champion who was not connected to their domain. The fact that gods who are connected to some of you have given tokens to other members of your party is extremely odd.
Yeah, Palace, I'm sure, as we've already spoken before coming here, it made sense to us. I think, as you said, she was just trying to bother us. Although, that one thing, I'm starting to remember what she said. And that one thing she said about the possibility of it not being the gods is starting to worry me, but...
No, I'm pretty certain it was the gods.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it is. I'm sure. She's just trying to get to us. I think that's kind of her thing.
Yeah. She does not seem kind.
Yeah. No, kind of an asshole, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that surprised. It's most of my, well, not most, but I've met several priests of God Goged that were like that. They're combative, you know. It kind of comes with the territory.
Yeah, it's like their whole thing, I guess.
I mean, yeah, literally, yeah.
All right.
I feel like I was going to ask you something.
And at that moment, you guys reach the grove.
I'm probably.
You can still ask him something, but
yeah, no, I genuinely
having
can't
a
remember.
Conversation too.
Oh,
that
yeah. What are Cass and Lyrian talking about? If you want to play that out, you don't have to.
I do, because I think it will be interesting. I don't know what Lyrian's doing when they leave, but I'm imagining this is the conversation that happens like as Pellis and Jaird come back, or like before, right before they come back.
Yeah, I think probably tending a random garden and examining the plants there, making occasional comments about what they are until you grab her attention again.
Cass is just like standing on your side, kind of like awkwardly looking, very quietly as well too, at like what you're doing.
Yes.
What?
Are you learning gardening from me?
No.
I figured not.
Hey, I got a secret I've got to tell you. I don't know why I'm telling you. I got to tell someone though.
Well, I am here, and for the time,
okay,
I am listening.
You've got to promise me you're not going to tell Jaird though, all right?
I do not make such promises.
Lyrian, promise me you're not going to tell Jaird.
That is a strange thing to do, given that I do not know what you will say.
Well,
you may tell me something which I'm obligated to tell Jaird.
I made
I
an
can swear a
illusion.
different oath if you wish.
I made an illusion and a vision of Gold God behind him during his fight.
Johnny, did we not all see that illusion?
You
Or
saw
was
the
that only
illusion,
in the mind
but,
of the.
no, I think
of
you
the-
all saw it, but
No, it was in the mind of the.
oh, it was in the mind. You're right. You're
it was
right.
in the
It
mind
was-
of the high priestess.
Ah. Very
He
good.
said
Okay.
He said that he saw Gold God behind Jaird during the fight. He did see Gold God behind Jaird because I made him.
I see. Why does this trouble you?
Because he lost. He died. And that was the whole reason the high priest, decided to trade him is because he saw Gold God behind him.
It may be a factor, and not the whole story.
Oh, that's right. You and Pellis were taken away. You didn't hear him. That was the reason he decided.
Ah. Perhaps my interpretation of events was inadequate.
I'm worried about Jaird. I'm worried he's in over his head.
Unless the daily training consists of trying to kill him and bring him back to life, I don't think it would be worse than it has been.
I mean, that did kind of look like the training, Lyrian. If you just looked around for a moment, they were definitely killing people.
Yes. I much prefer this garden. I suppose you're right.
I had never thought this would happen, but I agree with you. This garden is much nicer than the pit of death that is the Temple of Gold God. I don't want him to die again. I don't want him to die again.
Yes, that is fair. And since we staked his life on an interpretation which we cannot fully defend, perhaps it is wise to not have him resume his training. Had you said this earlier, I would have come to your side in the argument.
Well,
But I thought that you were mostly being emotional and simply needed to express your wishes that
all
Jaird be
right,
okay.
all right. Being emotional. I don't
You could hold his hands when he returns.
I
Does
don't
help.
want to hold his hands, Lyrian.
Very well.
Whose hands are you talking about?
And she'll grab the female acolytes.
Oh,
hand. Hers.
Okay.
I knew you felt close to me too.
Damn it. I just grabbed the closest hand to mine.
All right. So Rena was very kind and accommodating. She gave me 3 weeks worth of training scrolls, and I can use those. And after that, I can do the remaining 6 weeks at the temple. So,
Well, she said she'd reevaluate you at that point. She
Yes.
kind of seemed like the lady who would see you after the 3 weeks and then be like, actually, you need 9 weeks of training now. So
yeah.
do with
Yeah.
that what you will.
But hey, I have 3 weeks to do whatever needs to be done with.
Yeah, let me take a look at one of those. What's going on in here? I just
Yeah.
grab one and open it up.
What does it look like, Johnny? What is?
Yeah.
It just says, you suck, Rena.
You suck, stupid.
No, it is very similar to think one of the scroll that Katara has at the beginning
Yeah.
of Last Airbender.
They're fun.
It's forms and there's some written instruction for how proper foot placement and different things like that, and even it actually even has granular descriptions of how different muscles should feel in response to the movements and things like that.
Dang.
This is really incredible manuscript.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine how intense it will be, but can I ask the three of you something? Keep me
What?
accountable. Yeah,
About what?
on this training during this.
Oh, on the training?
process.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Honestly, I'm pretty sure she'll kill you if you aren't. So I will be. I have
Yeah.
a vested interest in making sure you
Yeah.
do this. So
As long as you do not ask me to promise not to share what you say with anyone else, as Cass has just done.
Oh, Lyrian.
Oh, What was that?
No.
No?
Don't pry. Don't pry. Lyrian,
Sorry,
do not
yeah,
tell
you're right,
Jaird whatever
Sorry.
Cass
Yes,
decided
you're right.
to trust you with.
I'm just a little curious. It's fine.
I understand that, but Cass has the right to make that request and then not have it picked at.
Palace, you and I need a secret now.
We do. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, hey,
You
if
want
you
a
want to tell me
secret?
one, then. What?
It's no fair if the girls have a secret and we don't have one.
All right. What did you?
Then obviously later I'd have to think of it.
I don't have a whole lot of secrets. I already kind of told you guys basically all of my secrets just by like vicinity being near me.
Secrets aren't fun amongst friends.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Sometimes they're really fun. Like a surprise party is a secret until it isn't.
Yes. So we're supposed to walk into a tree, yeah?
Yeah, okay. Anyways, let's we gotta head up the tree, the big tree, and then we gotta find the Furwell guy. Vata?
Alright.
Yeah,
Last
Fata.
name. Yep.
I remembered the name.
Yeah.
Still don't know yours, and I just start walking
Yeah.
up the tree.
She like opens her mouth to say it as you guys
We walk away.
Start
Yeah.
walking away.
That's perfect.
Jaird will hope that he can just walk through without her saying anything else about his armor.
She wasn't the one giving you the hard time about the armor.
Oh, okay, nice. Good.
If that lemon does appear again, Pellis will apologize, but say that we are leaving straight away. And
No, but calling back to that conversation when she said she would prefer that you just walked through naked, you do notice as you get deeper into the grove, maybe something you had missed before, that there are naked people around.
that's totally fair.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah, you guys get up to the platform. It's very near to the banqueting area, and where you guys were sleeping. There's like a very large kind of series of branches that have grown into sort of like a platform that lead up to just a spot on the trunk of this large tree.
Cool.
And Vata is up there still gardening, but he sees you coming and he stands up and kind of like brushes himself off and starts walking towards the platform.
Oh, that's we
So,
are ready to go.
You wish to go to the Grosvenor Laurendale?
Yes, please.
Of course. Everyone on the platform. And he gets up on the platform and like touches his hand to kind of just like a spot on the tree. And you see him like he closes his eyes and starts muttering something. And then you see the tree almost like curtains on a stage parting. The trunk itself opens up into this large opening. It is just pitch black inside. You may go now.
Oh, are you not coming with?
Do you need me to? I can
Well,
accompany you if you
Just so that
require.
you could, send us back through the tree. Like
Of
when we're done.
course. There are others on the other side who could,
Oh, that
but I
makes sense. It's a grove. Yeah. If I'm sorry, I don't mean to inconvenience you.
it is no
thank you.
inconvenience. I will accompany you.
Thank you.
And Vata steps through first.
I don't know how to get a read on that guy. I'm gonna be real, you guys. That's
Lyrian just tilts her head up at the tree and sighs. This may come as a surprise to you, but I dislike trees. And then she steps through it into the dark.
I don't know how to get a read on her.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane to me.
Anyways, we gotta go through. It's gonna close, and Pellis walks through.
Jaird will turn to Vata and say, "See you in 4 years," and then walk through.
Vata's already gone. Vata walked
Vata-
through.
yeah,
yeah,
Vata
Vata went
walked
through
through first.
Oh, Jaird will walk through last, turn around, and say to no one, "See you in 4 years."
That's fair. Saying goodbye to the world as it is. Possibly 4 years.
Yeah, as you guys get through, you step into darkness, but you don't. You step into the dark of the hole, but when you step into it, you are not in darkness. You step off of the platform into this hole, and your foot touches down on an identical platform, but you are very clearly surrounded by other large trees. It is darker here than it was in the city, but you are on a platform on another tree into this other grove. And in the forest of Alarendale, as we know, like there's like a like land bridges that cover and crisscross the forest. And this tree is one of those that holds up a section of the land bridge. And so there is significant cover. And so while it is a living, thriving tree, there are fungi growing all over it, and like bioluminescent mushrooms that you see all around, and most of the light source is coming from bioluminescent fungal and plant growth rather than sunlight.
Is there an attendant on this side?
There is, yeah. It looks like a elven woman.
You there? What year is it?
Oh, it's the same year it's been all year. What?
Well, that doesn't help us at all.
That's a great response.
What year do you think it is?
I
You
don't
say the
know.
year.
The last time
Toast
we
just says the year.
Yeah,
It should be.
it's 229.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. All right. So, we didn't lose another 4 years. Good.
Did you lose 4 years last time you transported via plants?
Yes, not plants.
Well,
Wait.
not via the druid spell. It was fey magic. We just had a bad experience. It's
Okay.
I don't like portals.
Interesting. Very interesting. And she walks up and touches the side of the plant, and the portal closes. And Vata is like, if you would follow me, friends, I can lead you to the meeting area. I believe that they are still in session, so we cannot disturb Mother yet.
yeah, we can just wait until they're done. That's fair.
Of course.
Excellent.
There are many important people here right now. So I would ask that you conduct yourselves decorously.
I mean, that's basically my middle name, so we're good there.
Conduct yourselves decorously is the middle name.
Decorously, Jaird.
Oh, all right.
It was a joke, too.
Oh, yes.
Is there anything
Wonderful.
specific that we might avoid or be sure to do?
Well, there are Darkspire elves here, right?
Yes, the Darkspire Enclave and some of the higher ranking members of the Jundin Council.
Okay. Well, Jaird,
Hmm.
you shouldn't go anywhere near any of the Jundins.
I think that'll be
And-
fine.
All of us, except for Lyrian, should not go near any of the Darkspire.
I mean, Sylvaris and I had a connection, so I think I'd be all right if I ran into him.
You know Sylvar's Thornshadow.
Oh, we go way back. I almost had sex with him.
But you are a halfling.
I know, it's kind of surprised me too.
Oh, he's got like a thing? Is it like a... Yeah, he's like a racist, but he's like
Yeah, is he
kind
racist?
of into the... That
We are
suppose-
speculating.
A racist can...
objectifying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that.
it's actually kind of common, I think. It's pretty messed up, though.
Unfortunate.
I'll let you know after the end of this little adventure. I'm sure something. will
Please
come
don't
out of it.
pursue that. Please don't.
Yeah.
But
um,
He
Ellis,
just asked you to act with decorum. Please,
Yeah.
please don't.
fine.
There is a feast hall if you choose to enjoy and partake. The foods here are different than the other grove because most of what is grown here is fungal. I hope you like mushrooms.
I do like mushrooms.
Upon hearing this news and remembering who's a part of the council and who might be here, Jaird will like wear his shield on his back and like wear like his pack over it, covering the Larkholdian sigil,
Mhm.
and then hide his necklace like under his
Okay.
armor.
Nice. See, Jared.
Lyrian was just about to take out the I think it was a lyre that was like decorated with the symbol
Yeah.
of Aqua, and then like sees
Yeah.
you doing that and then stows it away.
Just want to think I'll start playing the Lycolian song.
Do we still have those? We had like a coins, right? We had
Yes, we
Darkspire
do.
coins.
Yeah, with the likeness of
With the likeness of Sylvaris Thornshadow on it.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll just pass those around to everyone and be like, all right, just in case, I don't know, I'm hoping that nothing happens, but just in case you get stopped. I don't know if these things will still work, but can't hurt, right?
Yeah, I
can
feel
still
like. I mean,
that
he's
they are
still the
imbued with
leader.
magic.
Oh, what kind of magic?
Oh, I don't know, but
Oh.
we were told that they were, and I still feel it.
Cool.
A dark
Alright.
spire copper for each of us.
All right.
So, Jaird, should we just start running you through your training in the meantime?
Well, they do their thing.
Yeah.
Well, wait. Yeah. Yes. Sure. Let's do it.
Cass,
Okay.
Nerian, were you going to join us, or did you have some?
Guess we've got nothing else to do, so
I shall go to the feast hall and eat these mushrooms.
Can you bring me back some?
Absolutely.
if they've got any alcohol, I'll take some of that. I'm so tired of vegetables.
I had wine last
That
night.
is
the
not
other-
an actual condition that a halfling or human can have.
Being tired of vegetables.
Indeed, we can live our entire lives quite satisfied on vegetables.
I guess it depends on how heavy the vegetables are. Then you could be quite
Well,
tired
not
from them.
just.
And I guess
mean,
depends
need,
on your
like-
definition of satisfied, too, Larian.
you need like beans. Is that a vegetable?
A halfling
Yes.
eating only vegetables would
Oh.
be like a human living on a diet of only tofu.
See, Jaird gets it.
I very much enjoyed tofu.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's not all I want.
I will
Oh.
look for alcohol.
Thank you. God, thank you.
All right. Well, anyways.
Just
All
watch
right.
the-
So Pellis just pulls out the scroll and is like, "Should I just like hold this?" And he just like,
Sure,
holds it up
yeah,
for-
yeah. Oh, you know what? I can grab it. You can. Yeah.
Well, no, I'll
Yes.
hold it
Thank
so it's like
you.
very
Okay, yes.
visible for you.
All right. 80s workout montage. No.
Yes.
And
Johnny,
stretch,
I
and plunge,
go
and plunge.
towards. I go
And swing.
towards
Sorry.
the banquet hall. But
Mhm.
if I can escape the escort, then I will sneak towards the meeting area.
Okay.
I don't know if
Uh,
you would
we're
instinctually
just
follow
talking
me
about
or if you would
decorum.
hover with the group.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Love the choice.
Make a stealth check.
Okay. +3 to stealth.
The one time
Oh, it's an
Pellis
ugly
was
one.
like,
It's an
"Oh,
ugly
Lyrian
one
won't be a
indeed.
problem in this case." In the case with decorum.
Yeah, I know. 6.
6.
A mighty 6.
There you hear somebody's voice. There's not like an escort. Like nobody's like necessarily watching you, but
Mhm.
you hear a voice, someone behind you go, you shouldn't go that way. There's a private meeting happening.
Ah, I see. Which way was it to the banquet hall with the mushrooms?
Oh, just the other direction.
Oh, thank you. Who am I looking at, Johnny? Does it seem like they belong to Darkspire or something else?
No, this
or
is a
perhaps
gnome.
Some others.
This
a gnome.
is
Okay.
This is an older gnome, but clearly a druid or a member of the grove.
Just murder him and do what you want.
Just murder him and do what you want.
What's the little voice that plays in every D&D player's head?
The game is sort of designed to support such things, but I will
Unfortunately.
resist.
In any case, I must tend my duties and enjoy the mushrooms. And he walks away.
Thank you. How close did I get, Johnny? Does it look like there's a difficult path if I were to try to press on after getting
No,
caught
I mean,
once?
You presume you would probably be able to assume there might be guards posted outside of the meeting hall, but it seems like a clear path to it.
Okay. Actually, I am trying to think through if I might be able to utilize that gnome in a less murderous way.
Find out.
But I don't have anything at the level of weightiness that I would like to influence somebody. In my inventory, I do have a potion of mind control, but I'm less familiar. It looks like it would enable me to cast a dominate spell.
Yeah.
And the typical length on that, it doesn't show.
Dominate
Maybe an
person?
hour? Yes, it looks like dominate person. The effect lasts for 1 hour with no concentration required on your part.
Yeah.
I was just making sure that he didn't have to drink it because I was trying to think through would I have to find a reason to make this gnome drink a potion from a stranger.
Also-
but no, it is I who have to drink it. So
Yeah.
yeah,
If you
Justin?
don't want to waste it, I mean,
Hmm.
you've seen Cass do quite a lot of mental magic.
Yeah.
You could come back and get her if you wanted to.
I'm not at that point of trust yet with you,
I understand.
Cass.
I understand.
I
That's a-
was tempted. I'm going to drink the potion of mind control.
Okay.
Humanoid level. And as this gnome walks away, I will discreetly cast the dominate spell. DC 15.
Fails.
Yes. Okay. So this produces the effect of dominate person. Lasts for an hour. You have you're charmed. The gnome has disadvantage on new saving throws to break the effect during this time.
Mhm.
I'm just going to make sure I look up the full text of dominate spell.
Yeah. While this target is charmed, you have a telepathic link as long as you're on the same plane. And you can use the telepathic link to issue commands to the creature while you are conscious, with no action being required,
Excellent.
which it does its best to obey.
Tell me your name, my friend, I say in my mind. Sorry,
on.
Johnny. What's a good gnome name?
Erisburn.
Erisburn. Erisburn, it is an urgent matter. The mother has requested that you carefully take me along the best path for discreetness to listen in on what remains of the meeting without being noticed by others if at all possible.
Of course, yes. Yes, this way. And he leads you down a path that it seems like it's going to go directly towards the meeting hall, but then there's another little pathway that you wouldn't have noticed if he hadn't been leading you. That takes you, diverts your path a little bit and brings you up kind of like it winds around and is hidden by like other leaves and branches, and it's hard to see. But he leads you up and kind of around, sort of like a back way, like what you assume might be like a way for them to like have people come in to like serve food or drinks or things like that discreetly.
Okay, excellent. Do we pass without issue to get up to the point where I can sort of hear something or?
Yeah, you don't have any issue. As you go, there's one time where somebody sees you guys and Erisburn just kind of like waves and they nod and you guys
Excellent.
go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder if my appearance plays into this well. Like, pretty distinctive and like used to sort of carrying myself as an elder in the circle of voices. But
Yeah.
in any case, grateful that that moment passes without incident. Yeah, I mean, I would like to simply say thank you. You may hide nearby until called upon.
Of course. And you see him just kind of take a few steps back and then hide behind like a little jutting out leaf, like branch
Just
thing.
a large leaf.
He just like he just hides, like literally hides.
Does it seem like an effective hiding?
effective enough. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually really effective.
Oh, there's the roll. Thanks for that. I just feel like it's important to the execution of anything that may come next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't
so
even see it.
Yeah, it just vanishes from my eyes. Impressive. Lyrian will just sort of crouch near to the meeting and see what she can pick up from what remains.
Yeah, make a perception check or investigation.
Okay. Do I have the choice or the
Yeah,
latter?
I'm giving you the choice.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I will take perception. That is a nat 20. So 26.
All right. Yeah, so
I
you
am
hear
feeling quite perceptive.
Yeah. You hear the voices come out and you hear I don't think you didn't ever speak directly to Silvara Thorn Shadow, right?
I think
It was
I was
just
gonna
Cass.
ask.
No, it was just cast at the edge of the stones that protected that place. Yeah.
You hear a voice then that sounds kind of regal and maybe a little you kind of imagine the person belonging to this voice being very sure of themselves, very full of themselves. But you hear this voice say, "We will give up some of the forest. They must stop their incursions. No more warring with us. We just want to be left alone. We're isolationist people. I don't really understand why they even need the forest." And you hear another voice. "It's not a matter of need, it's a matter of desire. We take what we want, because we can."
It's so good Jared's not here right now.
Alice wouldn't particularly have a reason to hate this man, but Nick does.
If you give us twice the area, we won't push any farther. Twice the area? Are you serious? You hear a third voice chime in. This one's a woman's voice. Now, that does seem rather unreasonable. Couldn't we do maybe 150%? Maybe that would work. But twice seems quite. And then yet another voice comes in. Brother, you do realize you're being ridiculous. There's no reason for this. Be reasonable. And you hear that second voice that you heard kind of speak up again. And Softwell, I didn't bring you here to treat on behalf of them. You're meant to help me. Well, brother, we need to be reasonable about this. Why don't we take a break? And I will talk to my advisors, and we will determine what feels like we can do. Does that sound even remotely amenable to you? Zoroth, please be reasonable. You have an hour. And you hear the sounds of people starting to like get up and move about. And to be very, very clear, you, I think, can deduce from what you heard that Zoroth Bloodblade did not send emissaries. He is in this meeting.
Yeah. There's a lot of power in that room in probably every sense of the word.
Mhm.
Lyrian feels satisfied with what she's heard and will risk no more And so as they begin their recess, she'll use the cover of the transition sounds to escape along with her gnome companion.
Yes, of course, right this way.
Thank you, Erisburn.
I do feel it is time for me to reveal to the GM that Dominate Person only lasts for a minute.
Oh, I thought it was an hour.
It's an hour if you use the potion, at least according to
Oh.
the script provided in D&D Beyond. For
I
Potion of
apologize.
Mind Control humanoid level. It's a rare potion.
I missed that when you were talking about the potion. I apologize.
That's all good.
Yeah, Erisburn leads you out, and as you guys are making your way, because of the telepathic link, there is like a sense of your intention, and so when you reach the end of this like kind of hidden path, he stops and holds up a hand, and you could see people leaving the meeting hall, walking past you guys, walking past the entrance to this pathway.
So I get a visual on all the attendees.
Yeah, if you're trying to see them, you could like kind of lean forward and
I
peek
would
through the
like
branches.
to especially try to identify Zaroth Bloodblade.
He is easy to identify. You see a man walk out that you recognize as Sarful, who you saw fight Jaird, and you see a man who makes Sarful look like a child by comparison. This man looks as much like a humanoid being could, as though he were built for war. He has 3 different swords on his belt and on his back. His armor has a like rusty kind of look to it. Even from a distance, you can tell that some of it is covered in dried blood that he has never cleaned. But that it also has like a reddish hint to it already to hide his own bleeding if it happens. But he does not have the bearing of a man who is used to bleeding, though he does have the bearing of a man who's used to fighting. And he stands maybe a full head taller than Sarful, who's beside him. And then you see a few different like elves walk out, kind of like keeping their distance, but they step out, and you notice that there aren't actually any other people dressed in the gear of Gogad or Jundin. It looks like it is just Zaroth and Sarful here representing those 2 camps. But you see a group of people wearing what you recognize as the Darkspire armor step out, followed by a very elegant looking elf. Despite that elegance, looks very, very tired, but wearing very plain clothes, nothing that marks him as important other than his bearing. And then finally, you see a group of people who look like they belong to the Grove, including a woman who, similarly, despite not wearing anything specifically that marks her as important, she's wearing exactly the same outfit that every other Grove tender you've seen wears, but she stands with just a bearing of authority.
It is.
Telepathically, I just sort of whisper to Erisburn, but it's more like I'm just happening to think, you know? Can you imagine being so powerful that you travel without protection? Just looking at Zaroth.
Yeah, and you just get a sense back from Erisburn of just not there are no words attached to this thought. It's just unadulterated fear.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. I felt the same thing when you said that. This man came to peace talks as the leader of his nation, completely alone. That's
Peace talks meaning I demand double the portion of forest you're willing to give to me. We
Yeah, I
didn't
know.
hear whatever he was offering, if anything. It could just be that he's not offering anything.
Yeah, I mean,
and
from what
they're
you
trying to-
heard, he was offering not to attack the
He
forest
just
anymore.
won't attack you. Yeah, that's crazy.
I will minimize. Yeah.
But I think that's a great place for us to
Mhm.
take a break here. And
I
so
want to
we will jump back into it. If you are with us on the stream, we will be back at about the 45 mark, whatever the hour is in your time zone, 45 mark. And if you're with us on audio, we will be back next week with the next step of this story.
Hell yeah.
Oh, man.
Bye.
Anybody? Yeah.
Oh,
Bye.
I was just asking if anybody had anything else they needed to
Yeah.
add, but it sounds like we're saying
Hey,
bye.
I just love you guys. I love playing this game with you.
I
Yeah.
love you.
always good stuff.
Aw.
Likewise.
Bye, everyone.
See you
Love
soon.
you.
See you soon.
Happy 4th.
Welcome back. Thank you.
So good to be back.
It's good to be welcomed.
We hey, you're welcome here. You're all welcome here, except for Danny. We murdered Danny in the break. But we
Yeah, I'm
kept
really
his
sweaty now. I had to run over there.
we kept his camera there.
I forgot to turn it off.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Could you just run over there real quick and
All right, just give me a second.
bye, Nick. Good luck. And then the rest of the stream is just a bunch of shots of Nick running through Milwaukee at like Tom Cruise-esque speed.
That commitment to the bit was unmatched. I wouldn't
It's
have
good.
gotten up from my chair.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the recognition.
Daniel will be with us in a moment. He had a giant mess to clean up, as he told us.
Yeah.
No one knows
other
what that
descriptions
means.
provided.
No one knows what that means. And we're all speculating. Let's speculate now.
Let
What
us
mess do we
speculate.
think? What mess do we think Danny needs to clean up?
I think he was pooping and he thought he was done, but he wasn't. And he stood up, and halfway up, there came more.
It's gross. It's gross. but
Wow.
Probably
Gross,
accurate.
but likely.
What
Um,
an unfortunate mistake.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Danny did poop
Yeah.
as he usually does during our breaks,
Yeah.
but was then rushing to get like a coffee or like a beverage. Immediately spilled it everywhere, which also is very Danny coded. So
I was thinking that as well too. I was gonna go with coffee and say that he's making a pot and the coffee maker broke and the glass and coffee shattered everywhere.
Wow.
I hope not, because Nathan's gonna complain about that for at least.
Hey,
Oh, all right.
Danny, before you tell
No,
us
hang
what
on.
happened, I still
Don't
have
tell
to
us.
say what I
Yeah,
think happened.
He
Yeah.
has to guess the mess you cleaned up.
We were all
so I-
speculating.
So I think the mess. I'm going to take a little bit of a different angle. It's a risk.
Okay. Yeah.
I think Danny was prepping for somebody's like birthday surprise or something. Like I'm picturing a cake or
Okay,
but it's not a
okay.
situation that he would have cocked up himself. He would have been like all of a sudden I'm roped into this situation and someone's put a cake in my hands and they're like, please help us ice this ASAP. We have to surprise somebody. And then he was trying to work with all of his various materials to do that. And it went very badly.
I
So
understand.
I'm picturing cake icing and dye all over the place.
What
Okay,
did Danny accidentally write on the cake instead?
he's not finished at all. He's made a mess, but he did successfully write a message, something like, I'm so sorry.
Danny, please reveal to the audience what mess you had to clean up.
Coffee beans everywhere.
Oh,
Nick and
that
Justin.
was close.
That's close.
Nick and
That's
Justin were
so
close.
Nick and Justin were pretty close.
I think Nick was probably the closest on that one.
Yeah, I said you did use the bathroom, but you didn't make a mess there. You went to rush to make yourself some sort of beverage like coffee, and then made a mess,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
spilled something.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah.
And I said you were making a pot of coffee and it broke.
At the glass.
So very
Like,
related.
Yes,
Yeah.
thankfully it was nothing that drastic. It was
Yeah. My guess was diarrhea surprise.
Oh, I would say, guys, if that happened to me, I would not be here. I'd be like, guys, the emotional damage.
Good.
I'm not gonna make
Yeah.
it.
Hey, hour. I gotta.
So the Wickman family are a bunch of characters. Danny and his siblings they're just characters. Steve
Yes,
knows
they
this. Nick knows
I think
this.
Danny 3 times.
Johnny's beginning to know this.
Mm,
Johnny's beginning to know this, but he's only met Danny. You know what I mean?
He met
So, like-
Abby.
I've met Abby digitally
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
when we were doing boss stuff.
And I've often joked that if they had like a family crest, like in Latin, the Latin phrase would be, "Are you going to finish that?" Because that is often a question that is asked around food, which is like, "Hey, are you going to finish that?" I'll finish that for you. I think there'd be a second phrase at the bottom of the crest, which would say, "Did I just shit my pants?" Because the amount of times that all 4 of them have asked that question is concerning.
I don't.
So high.
I haven't spent a lot of time with Danny's sisters, but just with Danny, I think just the number of times I've heard him say that.
Multiply that by 4, Nick, because all 4 of them asked that exact same question. And my response to them is always the same, which is like, you would know. You would know
we'd
if
all
you
know.
shit your pants.
Maybe it's sort of like a Wickman telepathy adjacent sort of thing.
It's our,
where they're like,
it's our activation phrase.
they're communicating, you know?
You're like sleeper cell agents. I just shit my pants.
Activated.
Every time we say
I'm
that,
on
I just shit. I'm on it.
Have any of you actually ever shit your pants?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
Doesn't
Yeah?
everyone?
The latest was age 16. Have I not shared this story on the pod before?
No, please.
I did when I was 16 too. Go ahead.
Hey,
We
really?
all did.
You
Maybe
haven't
we all had
covered
a
this?
exact same moment that all of us shit our
We're not all 16 at the
I
same
know, you're
time.
right.
We're not all the same age.
I
What
was
if it was
16
the
like 2 years
same
before Eddie.
Day. Same day out of the year that we were each 16, respectively.
There we go.
That would be cool. I believe it was summer in my case, if that
Mine was
helps with
winter.
the theory. Dang it. All right, summer and winter.
Man, I thought we were cosmically connected. It's fine.
I know. It's all right. Oracle reading next week. We'll sort it out. But I was rollerblading for about a mile and a
Raceway.
half from my
Oh,
friend's house
no.
to my house. And there was just no way to cut through Millwoods Park, which would have made it way shorter because you can't rollerblade on gravel. And I'd literally left my shoes at home. Like I went out on rollerblades, went rollerblading with a friend, rollerbladed to his house, and then just rollerbladed home. And the rollerbladed home was the rough part. And so I could feel as soon as I had left that there was something wrong. And rollerblading is a particularly churny type of motion. And so it became unbearable by about the halfway point. And I fought as hard as I could, all the way to the point where I was literally one house away from my house. But the last stretch is uphill when you turn onto Walter
Oh
Road.
no!
So I was right there in front of my childhood friends, / neighbor's house, and just unloaded through my shorts onto my aggressives, my rollerblades.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's
and like
awful.
it's like there's that like initial like you have to let some out because your body forced it, but like I stopped the rest. Of course.
Oh no.
oh,
Right. That immediate sort of like reprieve of at least not all of it has to come out, right? And so I rollerblade the rest of the way up the hill into my driveway. Thankfully, the garage door is already open. You can rollerblade straight in, and then there's this door that opens up to a small space, and then immediately on the same level, bathroom. It's like, okay. So I make it straight across the bathroom to the bathroom. And I'm like trying to clean up and stuff, and I have to ask my grandparents for a change of clothes. My grandparents are the sweetest people. Very, very lovely. And so without hesitation, my grandpa runs upstairs. He gets a full outfit. He brings it to the door. And as he opens the door and passes it through, I'm still 16-year-old me is just like hoping for some degree of like, they don't know what's going on or something. Just give me a shred of, protection for my shame or dignity. There you go. And as Grandpa's handing the clothes to the door, he says, "It happens to the best of us, Steve."
No.
Which made me feel way worse and kind of better at the same time.
Sure.
And yeah, I changed, and my rollerblades have never been the same.
Yeah.
They are stained.
So I got to tell you guys real quick. Okay, go ahead, Justin. Sorry.
For
I
the
was
length
just-
of that.
I was just gonna say to Johnny's point. I mean, we all have because we were all babies at some point. But
Oh, that's not even
I-
what I meant.
I have not. shit
Oh.
my pants.
Wow.
I've come close
Not
many a
since
times.
8 months old.
I've come close many a times, but
Funny
That's
enough, this is not a funny story, so I'm not going to tell the whole story, but I am currently wearing the shorts that I replaced a pair of shorts that I shat in with. Because the last time I shit my pants, I was 33 years old. I was at work, and I shouldn't have gone to work because I wasn't feeling well. And I was walking from my desk somewhere else in the office, and just it happened. And so then I was already logged out of my computer because you had to log out when you stepped away. So I just texted my boss, was like, "Hey, medical emergency, I'm going home." And I just diverted over to the parking lot, got in my car, drove to Walmart, bought a new pair of pants and a pack of underwear, changed, and drove home.
oh,
Jeez.
I just threw the stuff I had out at the Walmart.
for sure. What else are you gonna do? That is
But when I
That
was
would be
si-
one of the least strange things that has ever happened at Walmart, for sure. Still,
For sure.
But yeah,
That's just a
You're doing
Tuesday
great.
at Walmart.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's a Tuesday.
when
I
I was
always wanted to shit my
16,
pants
one
at
time I
work.
was walking home from school. My dad and I shared a car, and so because he worked in the apartment complex we lived in, he rarely needed to
Okay.
drive places. So I would drive to school. This particular day, he had to go somewhere, so he needed the car. So I didn't have it at school. So at the end of the day, I had to walk home. It was like a 2-mile walk, nothing crazy.
Yeah.
I'm walking, dead of winter. I'm walking down the sidewalk, and I come to this spot where there is just a mound of snow on the sidewalk that had it was the end, like the edge of a road. And so like the plow had made like a mound at the end of the sidewalk that hadn't gotten cleared. And so I go to step over this mound of snow, and just a solid log comes out.
No.
And I didn't know what to do. So I just stopped, and I reached into my pants, and I pulled it out and threw it out.
Wow.
And a car was driving by, and I just hear a guy honk as I do that. And then later that evening, I was in my neighborhood in our apartment complex, and a guy who lived near us was like, "Hey, I saw that."
That's crazy. That's crazy. That is
crazy.
insane.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Danny,
At
have
being
you
16,
ever
I was mortified.
actually shit your pants?
None to the degree that Johnny and Steve just spoke of, but some were like, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. And then when I inspect like my underwear, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, there's a little bit of stainage there.
I-
guess I didn't quite make it.
So I think this is maybe a hot take. I don't think that constitutes a shitting your pants. I think what Steve and Johnny talked about
skid
does
marks?
constitute it. I think that what Danny described is a normal thing that happens to everybody.
If there's a disputable category, Johnny and I are not in it.
That is very clearly shitting your pants.
Whereas we
And
will
that's-
give that to Danny and the other sharders of the world.
I think that I don't know. I just think that is a normal thing that happens to everybody. Where you're like, you just said get a little wet fart. You know what I mean? You let it out, and you shouldn't have, and you got to go change your underwear. That's okay. But like, I'm talking like full on shit your pants.
Yeah.
I
Like you
just
no
wanna
longer
say-
have to go to the bathroom because it all just happened with your pants on.
Yes, and that's what I mean whenever I respond with like, you would know. You would know if you shat your pants. If you have to ask, you did not shit your pants.
I just want to say I've really enjoyed the banter portion of this episode.
Good. I'm glad.
I have as well, but it's time.
It's time.
Yeah.
Although we are missing Nick, who in our private chat said, like, BRB, I just shit my pants.
And I thought he was joking, but now I'm worried.
He
I'm
might have
wondering.
just
The longer he's been gone, the more I'm like, he might have.
And also, that would be insane.
It'd be very funny.
I would feel partly responsible.
Also, I would like to call out that he said, shit my pant, singular pant.
He only sat one side.
One pant. He was at least selective in his strategy to keep one pant clean.
Well, I guess we should just play D&D, and Nick
I
will
guess
join us
so.
when he cleans up.
We could talk about shitting pants more.
That's what we want to do.
Hey, it happens to the best of us.
It happens to the
My
best
grandpa
of
said.
us. Yeah. Don't be
Indoors.
ashamed, listener, if you shit your pants. It happens to the best of us.
It
Yeah.
does.
Yeah. If it happens to Steve, it could happen to anyone.
It's true.
I was just going to try to get them like, imagine whoever you think is the best. They still do it. They've probably done it. They're at least capable of doing it.
They're shitting their pants
On-
right
on their-
now.
On their worst day.
I do love that's a very good point, Steve, that everyone has the potential to shit their pants.
Yeah.
And really, that is the great equalizer.
Yes. Yep.
And
It's
you
not
know-
death.
According to certain physics experiments, the potential to shit your pants is the equivalent of shitting your pants.
Actually, shitting your pants. For sure. Sure. So in that way, we have all shat our pants.
You know, there are plenty of philosophers who would say amen to that. You know, like this is a possible world somewhere, and therefore it is an actual world in a real sense.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Let's play D&D now.
Because time is a flat circle, you're shitting your pants right now.
You are currently just sitting in it.
Can that be a T-shirt? Because time is a flat circle. You're shitting your pants right now.
All right, you guys. Speaking of shitting your pants, I feel like all of you had a look on your face like your characters might have been shitting your pants when Zaroth Bloodblade walked out of that meeting.
No, I just actually shit my pants. That's
If Lyrian had
That's what I
pants,
did.
absolutely.
Yeah, so where we left off, you guys had made your way over to the grove in Alarendale in the forest, accompanied by Vata, one of the druids who tends the grove in Celebri. Jaird was kind of stepped away from his training at the Temple of Gogod to come with you guys to this grove, and his trainer didn't seem terribly pleased. But she let him go nonetheless with some scrolls so he could continue his training away. And when you guys reached this grove where a brokerage of peace is happening, where the mother, the high priestess of Theane, was overseeing, along with the high priest of Gogod, Sarful, they were overseeing this brokerage of peace between the Jundin and the Darkspire Enclave. And Lyrian was able to, through some clever use of the Dominate Person spell and a potion of mind control, was able to do some eavesdropping and hear Jundin's demands and the Darkspire Enclave's responses. And then there was a brief recess. And that's kind of where we left off. And so before we jump back in to what's happening over there, where the meeting is taking place, I want to see what Cass and Pellis and Jaird are all up to.
I think we're watching Jaird train, right?
Yeah, Pellis is just kind of like trying to helpfully like hold up the scroll when Jared's like doing the forms and then like consulting with them.
Yeah, I think Jaird has
unhelpfully watching.
Yeah, Jaird, I just want to say Jaird has taken off his armor now. It's now he's wearing his underclothes, working out. What does Cass think of that? Just out of curiosity, just sheer curiosity.
I think there's like, if you look, when you do that, if you look, there's like a quick blush that comes on her face, and then she composes herself. Goes, I don't know if that's gonna help you. You got beat up the last time without your armor.
I can't really do these movements as effectively with the armor on.
Well, maybe that's. I mean, okay, Cass was clearly being snarky, but she kind of does have a point. Maybe you should try these with the armor on until you can get them. Or
it's like working out with a weight. See, I was being helpful, I think.
You were trying to be, but I think you were in the end. Anyways, Jaird, do you, maybe get the form right first, and then do it with your armor?
I think that makes more sense.
Okay.
And he jumps up and does a full splits in the air.
Did you always do that?
You did, yeah. He kind of just did it right away. That was impressive.
I want you to make a training roll here.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
What is your primary? Well, actually, I guess let me see. You have 3 scrolls, 2 that deal with dexterity training, 1 that deals with strength training. Ooh. Are you doing a dexterity scroll or a strength scroll right now?
I mean, just from what that sounded like, it sounded like
it sounded like a dexterity one, yeah. My dexterity is so good.
All right, make a roll a d20, add your dexterity modifier.
Add my dexterity modifier?
Okay, subtract your dexterity modifier.
All right. So a total, adding it all together, a total of 7.
Okay. Your first day training with the scroll is a failure.
Okay.
You find that the moves just are not coming in any natural way. The way that you're expected to move with this scroll just feels too foreign. And without an instructor right here, right now, it feels like maybe it's going to take a little bit more time to understand how to make these movements.
Yeah, I think after a while, Jaird will like, there's some. I know this looks strange, but I'm sure it'll come to me eventually.
I mean, it's literally your first time trying it. You've only been at it for like an hour. You're fine.
You're so right.
Not even. It's been like 30 minutes. Like, just
Yeah,
chill. It's okay. She said it would take a week at least
yeah.
for each scroll. So don't worry about it. Try again.
He's just
Castle
sitting
hop.
there.
Castle hop down off of the table that she's sitting on and like walk up and look at the scroll and be like, that doesn't look that hard. And
Oh,
Cass will try to follow.
Yeah, D20 plus your dex mod.
That's a 10 as well.
It's a 10.
roll
As
high.
well. Wait, was Jared's a 10?
I rolled a 7.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I rolled a 10.
Okay.
I saw the 10 in D&D Beyond. So
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so Cass comes up and takes the scroll, looks at it for a second, and then does these moves perfectly. This sequence of moves, maybe not perfectly, but to Jared's eyes,
more
perfectly.
serviceable.
Yeah. It is definitely matches what is on the scroll.
Yeah. While she's doing this perfectly, Jared's like next to Palace and just whispering, so like only Palace can hear. No, after all, I don't think I'm gonna apologize to her.
Yeah, you should probably.
All right. See, I told you it was not bad. Maybe I should be the one training you, Jared.
Wait, by all means, I am not qualified. Definitely, guys. I barely know how to shoot a bow. Okay, it's
Yeah.
mostly for ceremonial purposes.
Where's Lyrian
so-
been?
Yeah, after a few minutes, Lyrian, you do see like the people kind of disperse and this recess kind of, you end up getting a little bit of space where you can kind of sneak away if you choose to.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would sneak back to the group. And towards the end of the hour that the gnome remains under my influence, my last sort of word of command will be, thank you, my friend. Now, go and request that somebody relieve you of your duties and replace you. Tell them that you feel very ill, that you have some difficulty perhaps with your stomach, whatever you think would persuade them that you are not well and need to rest. And then do go rest. Take a long nap as soon as you can.
And he does.
I was really hoping Lyrian would just say, shit your pants.
And for my last command, shit yourself.
I was hoping you'd
happens
order
to
him
the
to
best of
forget
us.
everything that you told him to do. But
I don't know
I
if
don't
that
know
would
if that's
work.
possible.
It doesn't. It doesn't traditionally work. And there's freedom for GM ruling on, how they're going to even interpret what happens after the spell wears off. It's
sure,
underdetermined by the
Yeah.
text. So
Well, because the text, because there are spells that specifically say that a creature will remember this afterwards, but
Yeah.
this one does not say that. I'm going to
Right.
assume that he won't have a recollection of being controlled.
Cool.
He
I
might
was
have
just
a
hedging
recollection of the
bets by
things that
saying,
he
go take a long
did.
nap.
Yeah, I don't think he'll recall. I think he'll recall what he did while he was under your control, but he won't
But he
remember
won't
that
see it
you
as
were
like
controlling
being
him.
controlled. Yeah. I'll just
Yeah.
be like, oh yeah, that's my good friend
Why did I do
Lyrian.
that?
And I
Yeah, so some GMs, some say they rationalize it after the thought, like after the fact. They're like, oh, like why would I have done that? It's like, and then they try to figure out an explanation for why. And if they can't persuade themselves, then maybe it becomes an issue long term or whatever.
sure.
And then I have an enemy.
Yeah.
But sometimes they
Another
just
one.
rule that they're immediately hostile and they know what happened
Yeah.
as soon as they come to. So
Well, I think with him, you didn't ask him to do anything illegal or egregious or counter really to. You asked him to let you into an area you technically shouldn't have been in, but
mhm.
whatever. In
Yep.
his mind, I think.
Yep.
So,
Just wanted to give ourselves the buffer and have him go take a nap and hope that the nap would last a good while before we got out of here or something. So anyway, Lyrian parts ways with the gnome and rejoins our group. How is training going?
Where's the mushrooms?
In the end, I was not hungry.
So does that mean you didn't bring any alcohol either?
Well, indeed, I did not. I'm sorry. However, I did learn very important things. And Lyrian leans into the group. Like quickly gestures to
Yes,
gather everybody around.
This all makes sense now.
I relay to the best of my ability what I heard, and the last words Lyrian shares are, so it seems to me that they are trying to sate an insatiable tyrant, and I do not know what could come of this.
Just to be clear, he didn't have any guards with him.
Not that I can see. I
No
suppose it
entourage,
is possible to have
literally.
invisible guards, but he did not seem in need of them, which frightens me.
He made Sorrowfell look small.
Yes.
Sarthal's a Jundin.
I
Ooh,
don't know
was that
we
clear,
included
Johnny,
that.
to me?
If you told us that you heard Zarthal call Sarfel brother,
I did not know how to interpret the word. Brother could have been a term of some sort of endearment, perhaps a long-standing friendship. Do they share a god,
Well,
for instance?
I mean, yeah. I guess Jaird never even. I guess he doesn't go around. Well, he kind of does, but I guess he never shared with Sarthal his
that he's like
motivation and that he's Larkholdian. Well, I mean,
I
yeah,
mean,
he's wearing
You
Larkholdian
were wearing the
armor.
armor, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Sarthal didn't seem like he cared.
I mean, he doesn't seem like particularly tied to Jundin specifically, even if they
Yeah.
are literally brothers.
Yeah.
At the very least, we can surmise that he was willing to speak a word against Zaroth Bloodblade. I do
It
not
doesn't
think him
sound
a
like anyone-
madman, and so I assume that he believes he has at least some weight. That his voice carries meaning to Zaroth.
Well, the Jundins are pretty big proponents of Gogad, right?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, they're conquerors by nature.
It is possible that, like many in religious circles, particularly those who are powerful, he has simply not calculated how dangerous his words were to Zaroth.
Also possible.
Well, you did say that Zaroth said that he had asked him to be at the meeting to. What did you say he said? Not defend him, but
Essentially to support his cause.
to support
Yes.
him. Yes. So, if Sarthal's someone who Zaroth trusts so much to support him in a meeting such as this, then yes, I'm sure his words do hold weight in a real sense.
As you guys are having this conversation, Vata comes over. So the mother she has a moment to see you now. If
Have you
are
explained our
ready.
situation?
I've explained what I know of it. She understands, I believe.
All right,
Thank
well,
you.
let's head on in. Thanks. Thank you.
Of course.
Actually, we need you to lead us there. Sorry.
We're just looking around.
Right. She will see you in her private residence here. And he leads you to a set of stairs that takes you a little bit higher up in the tree. Into there's like a basically if this was a building, it would be a floor, right? Like the entire floor is seems to be like a residence for her, for the mother.
Excellent.
This is nice.
Any special preparations from anybody before we step in? Last
my crossbow?
words exchanged between each other or anything like that?
No, I think so. Who has the stick?
18.
All right, well, Cass, I mean, you'll have to convince her that Lyrian is the champion of Theane. Ideally, so that you aren't chosen as the champion of Theane, as
I mean,
Jaird-
I think that's going to be pretty quickly obvious.
Well, you'd say that, but Jared's teacher said that I should be the champion because I was the one who was visited by Gogad, which is hilarious to even suggest. Because I can't fight.
I mean, you fight your own way.
True. But not in the way Gogad fights.
It's fair. That's
Very
fair.
true.
And particularly in a way I don't think he'd even approve of. So just throwing it out there. Anyways, moving on. You might face similar resistance because this is pretty unorthodox.
Oh, I'm sure I'll tuck my way around it.
I'm sure you will. Just giving you a heads up.
Jared, what's your passive perception?
My passive perception is. Where is that again?
Should be on the left-hand side.
Yes, 11.
11? Okay. Cool. You guys
Okay.
head up into the quarters?
Yes, please.
Yes. Cool. Yeah, Vata like brushes aside some like vines that are draped down as like a curtain, and Mother, these are the people who are here to speak with you. This is Pellis, Jaird, Lyrian, and Cass.
Hi, Mom.
she chuckles. That isn't necessary. Come sit, please.
Sorry, I was just trying to be respectful.
I'm
You were-
sure you were.
Literally not.
Wonderful.
We are honorable mother. We were
No, none of that. Call me Arian. It's fine.
Arian?
Arian.
Ariane. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm Pellis. I'm a follower of Dystall. This is Cass Brinebank. She has a message for you.
I don't want to be rude. I've received your names. What?
Oh, sorry.
You've spoken with gods, and they've given you tokens. Is that what I'm to understand?
I'll
Yes, Cass.
pull out the stick. I woke up with this in my hand after seeing Thane talk to me. I mean, to be honest, I don't quite understand why she gave it to me. Our best bet right now is actually that Lyrian is your champion. And they like show hands.
Her eyes narrow at you, Lyrian. You were infected with the rot, but no longer.
You are quite perceptive. Perhaps the first to say, at least, that they have seen this in me.
Well, anyone who looks at you and doesn't see it is a fool.
Johnny, I would like to see if I can return the favor by perceiving something very difficult to perceive about Ariane.
You had the rot?
I was about to say, I don't think any of us knew that, right?
That
Yeah.
that was a secret that I shared when we all had to be forced to
That's
share a
right,
secret
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
that's
it's
right.
a secret. Yeah.
before stepping into part of the Fey
But
realm.
now you don't. Is that a surprise? Or
That is actually an incorrect interpretation on her part. But I have at least paused the progression of the rot
Oh.
in my body. But I'm not going to correct her on that. I'm
yeah,
going
Alice won't say
to
anything.
see what I can do to impress her. Johnny, what type of role do you think this would be? Perception or?
What do you want to try to do to impress her? I mean, you could make an insight check if you want to see if you can try and glean something that would be impressive to her. It'd be difficult because you don't know her.
Right.
Or you can just try to do something, in which case I just want you to try and do it, and we'll roll for the success of that thing.
Yeah. I think I would like to. I mean, it seems like her observational powers are just astounding. And I want to try to mirror that. So I guess it would be insight. And I want to see if I can discern anything about her that would be particularly rare or difficult to notice.
Okay, make an insight check.
Hey, nat 20. This is a
Nat
good
20.
time for me. So it's
Okay.
26. Yep.
Yeah. You notice as you're looking at her, try to think of a couple of things I can give you that could be juicy.
She's hot as hell.
That is true.
I see that you are delicious.
God.
But
Decorum.
no, I think
Decorum.
you perceive a couple of things. One, that she is not. The others might not be able to actually catch this, but you can see that she is not as old as a lot of elves in high-ranking positions tend to be. She's actually probably not much older than she looks in human years.
Whoa.
And along with that, you notice a thing that is actually relatively peculiar for a high-level magic user, that her hand shows the telltale marks of ink, as if she's been writing a lot.
So I've got the age factor, the ink, as though writing a lot, and then anything else. The ink feels to me like something a little too easy, like low-hanging fruit for the observant.
With a nat 20,
And it's okay if that's the most I could perceive. I just wanted to make
no,
sure.
I want to give you something good. I'm just trying to think of what might be something that would impress this person.
We want like Sherlock Holmes level.
Yeah, like if there's anything that she's wearing that is one of a kind, or which may have a particular historical significance that I might know, or
that would actually be maybe something interesting, is that she, with a nat 20 on your insight check, I'll tell you that she wears identical clothes to any other grove keeper you've seen. Like absolutely identical, no marks of authority. Even though she does bear herself with authority. But you have been around long enough to know that that is not typical of the mother of the grove, the high priest of Theane. Typically there are vestments that they would wear that do mark them as such. And so you kind of, as you're looking at her, it occurs to you that she may be insecure about her age and her high rank at such a young age.
So Lyrian's response.
Yeah, she doesn't wear those vestments not out of some like sense of equality, but out of a sense of insecurity.
For someone so observant, I'm surprised to see that you draw back from your own power and place.
You say that, and she kind of like tightens up a little bit, like sits up a little bit straighter. And you see like the beginnings of a storm of anger kind of form on her face, but then all at once the air is let out of it, and she slumps a little bit. I don't know what I'm doing half the time.
I suspect none of us do.
Please, what can I do for you?
If you do have guidance for us, we seek the relic of Theane's former champion, if such a thing can be found.
It exists, and I know where it is. But I still don't understand why you have need of it.
We simply believe that we've been, in some way, directed to become champions of the gods. And we don't know where else to start except to start where the last champions left off, I suppose.
And do you expect those of us with positions of responsibility to just hand these things over to you.
We do not know what to expect. And we did not ask for these visions, nor these tokens. Just as you, I imagine, did not ask for your position of power, and still refused to wear the vestments.
You're right, I did not ask for this. That's neither here nor there. We're not talking about me right now, are we? You are to be the champion of Theane.
I do not know. My friends think it's so, that each of us was given a token belonging to another's god.
But you, cast Bane, received the vision.
I did, and it's definitely not me. Like, we've been hanging out at your temple in the capital in here for like a day, 2 days, and I'm already sick of vegetables. I can't eat anymore.
Why didn't you ask for some of the meat?
There!
Larian smiles. Because I did not
Alice
tell her that
also
meat was
excited
available.
to laugh.
Because I didn't know there was any, but now I do.
Oh, you didn't know, Cass? Sorry.
You knew too, Pellis!
Of course I do. I spent time there.
I'm gonna get back at the two of you. I
Possibly.
don't know how or when, but it's gonna happen.
This is what concerns me. To be serious for a moment, Theane is not a goddess of vengeance. Not in any way. And yet, she appears to someone who so casually vows revenge. And her friends, no less.
It's all in jest.
Jest or not.
I mean, I do.
Understand. There is a burden that comes with being a champion. A heavy one. A jest is all well and good, but oftentimes joke reveals a hidden truth. One who does not think of revenge does not joke about it. It doesn't occur to them.
And indeed, there are many more flaws which we could name, Mother.
Of course.
I've got so
I'm not
many.
saying that no one has flaws, and I don't think the gods are expecting flawless champions. Don't mistake me. What I'm saying is that for the gods to appear to those who seem to run counter to their own domains is peculiar indeed. It speaks of maybe desperation, but that gives me pause in itself.
I mean, to be fair, Mother, we're just running off of the assumption that the gods want us to work together. That's why they gave the token to the other person.
May I ask you a question in good faith? I don't want you to be offended by this.
Well, I can't wait to be offended.
I'm rarely offended.
Right. When have you ever heard of the gods doing such a thing?
You know, you're the second person to ask us that.
In all the stories, I mean, Pellis, you've gone to the academy. You've spent time in the Grove. I remember you.
Yes.
If in all of the histories and all of the texts and all of the stories, have you ever heard of the gods giving their favor to someone who they intended to give it to another?
No, it's never happened. But
And
here's another thing.
Follow-up question, though, if I may, and then you may say whatever you must.
Of course.
When was the last time you heard of the gods doing something new?
Oh, it's been a long time, but
Maybe he's not since creation itself.
there is two things. The fact that they communicated with us at all. Right, as you pointed out, none of us are within the god who contacted us. We could not possibly be more further from their domain than who they chose. But also, the fact that Jaird was not Jaird. Sorry.
Jaird was one of the gods who spoke to you.
No. Yes,
Yes.
Jaird. Yes, Jaird is one of. Sorry, I was confusing her with Braddock.
Jaird spoke to Lyrian.
Jaird spoke to Lyrian at all. Spoke to anyone is surprising unto itself.
Just a moment. And she walks over to the doorway that you guys came in and whispers something, and a wall of thorns comes up in the doorway.
While she's doing this and taking the moment to be distracted, can I cast Detect Thoughts on her?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I would like to mark 2 sorcery points. Can I do that? To make it both extended and subtle?
I think so.
Okay.
This is crazy.
So
Crazy. Crazy.
it's just material components now, and I'll pull that out like while she's distracted. And it is concentration up to 2 minutes now instead of just 1 minute.
Ooh.
Okay. And she does. Is there a save for this?
There is a save, I believe. It is a DC 15 wisdom save.
DC's 15 wisdom. Let me pull up her wisdom. She saves.
That's fair. I think she knows.
There's a wisdom casting class. Yeah. She looks over then if she knows
She knows that's
Really?
someone.
okay.
Tried
She
to.
looks back. She doesn't look at you specifically, but she looks back at the group. There is no need to try and read my thoughts. I will share with you what I'm thinking. I'm just making sure no one else comes and hears.
Cass, you did.
We very much apologize for that.
Sorry.
No apologies necessary. I might have done the same.
Yeah.
It was nothing against you. Just it's helpful to know sometimes what people are thinking when they don't know that you know what you're thinking.
How about this? Cast it again. I'll let you in.
All right.
I like her.
This is all of us in a room kissing. That's all she's thinking about.
Oh, I like that. Oh, let's do that later. Yeah.
It's up to you if you want to cast it again. You'd have to use another spell slot, but
I would. I think this takes Cass by surprise because I think there is almost no one that has openly let her into their mind.
Mm.
Excellent.
And Cass goes, well, if you're willing to let me in, then that says all I need to know about you. So I trust you. I trust her.
all right. I appreciate the trust. If Jaird will appear to you, one of two things is happening. Either the gods have not appeared to you at all, or things are very, very, very grave indeed.
Uh-oh.
What task did they put to you?
Get
Other than get the... And no,
champions.
no further
Yes.
instruction.
Gilgad kind of made fun of me and then said that he might ask me to do something later.
But for
None of
now,
the other-
there's nothing for us to do. They didn't give us any direction.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to start with the.
Unfortunately, I don't have memory of what Fearin. Sorry, above the table. Fearin visited. Yeah.
I think
Jaird.
so. Maybe. Let me
No,
double
that's
check
not.
notes.
It was Dystall, no?
Yeah, so we've got Theane for Cass,
Yeah,
Caradua
Dystall
for Lyrian,
visited.
Dystall.
Gilgad
Sorry,
for
my apologies.
Pelist,
Dystall.
Dystall for Jaird.
So Jaird will say, unfortunately, Dystall visited me, but
Dystall.
I don't have any memory of what I had said. It is a blur. I've been racking my brain, but I cannot remember anything. So
She looks at you, Pellis. I don't have to tell you that that's even more rare than Caird.
Yeah, I realize. I forgot to mention that. That's, to me, it feels less special, but also I guess he hasn't actually talked to me, so he hasn't really talked to anyone.
We'll lead with dice
Precisely.
next time for sure.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We should probably lead with the Caird, with the dice stall and the Caird thing.
May I recommend that you don't talk to anyone about this?
Well,
Well,
we
I mean-
also still need to talk to the other high priests.
True.
Go ahead
Here's-
to tell some people.
Here's what
At least
I would
two.
consider
Well, one more.
if I were you. There is a lot about what you've said that is so incredibly rare that it defies explanation. But in all of the stories, and that's all we have, is the stories. All of the champions are long dead. But any time that there's been a champion of one of the gods in the past, they've been set to a task, not to find a relic, not to find a specific thing, but to do something, to defeat an evil, to right a wrong. And in the process, they've been given something of power that helped them.
So you
The
think-
only time I've ever heard of someone pursuing a relic, specifically a relic, not finding the relic, not coming upon it in the course of their quest. They wanted it for evil.
Hmm.
How did it work out? What happened at the end of that story?
Well, I mean, you know of the 1,000 Years of Darkness.
You can
You
just say
ruled over the plains with an iron fist.
But we're not in the 1,000 Years of Darkness now, right?
No, but that's what brought about the 1,000 Years of Darkness.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like,
We could step into another 1,000 Years of Darkness, is what I'm intimating here.
or we defeat whatever's wanting us to gather these relics. If that's what's happening.
Let me put it in concrete terms. If a messenger came to you and said that you need to bring a sword, and when you bring the sword, you'll find out what's going on, and someone told you that the place you're bringing the sword, Zoroth Bloodblade, is waiting for you, and it is his sword, would you bring that sword to that place just because someone else told you that? Or would you think,
Indeed not.
perhaps I should not bring the sword to Zoroth Bloodblade?
In that case, I would prefer to destroy it.
And what I'm warning you is that there's a chance that on the other end of these visions is something worse than Zoroth Bloodblade.
Well, to be fair, we haven't been told to take them anywhere.
I think
To be fair, they didn't even ask us to gather them. That's just what we decided would probably be the first step.
I'm sorry, friends. After all she's said, it is beginning to cast doubt on me, and I'm beginning to think perhaps we should have, rather than pursuing these relics straight away, pursuing the idea that we're champions straight away, perhaps we should have tried more to see if it was in fact the gods that gave us this vision, rather than just blindly trusting.
But it's not exactly what Arian just said, right? That pursuing the relics and becoming a champion are two different things. And so far, all we've been doing is pursuing being these champions. That's what you're doing.
You're
To
pursuing
get the relics. Become champions to get the relics.
But
But
that-
from what
that's
you've
exactly
said,
what Arian
Alright,
just
everybody-
said. She said
everybody-
people become champions, and then on that journey, they get a relic.
but you're trying to get the relics in order to become champions. You're trying to invert the process.
I mean,
That's not what's That's not what's happening, though.
yeah, my
We're
interpretation
becoming the
of this
champions.
was that we are the champions. We simply must earn the relics along the way.
Seeking the relics and earning the relics are not the same.
We have not
How can we
received
earn the
directly.
relics if we don't know how?
What I'm saying is that the relics were not the issue. They never were. There are multiple relics of the champions of Theane because there have been 30 champions of Theane.
Well,
There are
now you've got
30
31.
There are 30 relics. And so if there's a 31st champion of Theane, there will be 31 relics. The 31st champion of Theane won't use one of the 30 relics that's been used before.
All right, fine. Then just declare Liam the champion of Theane, and then we'll figure out what that 31st relic is.
It is not for me to declare it.
Well, then what are we doing here?
The level of obfuscation and confusion that the four of you feel about your quest tells me all I need to know about it. And so I will do everything I can to make sure that the worshippers of Theane know that none of you are the champion of Theane.
Oh, you just
That
I'm
may
just
be a
jealous.
great mistake.
I'm not jealous. I don't want to be the champion of Theane.
no, you don't. But you don't.
I
that
like
we
all of you
are.
well enough, but I think that your inability to listen to reason,
I mean, listen to
your
reason.
unwillingness to listen to reason,
How are we
to
unwilling?
accept that perhaps you are being led astray by something other than the gods.
I'm not accepting that. We have no reason to believe that because we've been given no instruction that would make us think that.
And that's precisely why you should be questioning whether or not you are speaking to the gods in the first place. Let alone that you're speaking to gods who've never spoken to anyone before.
Who are you to say
I'm the
that the
high
gods'
priestess
lack
of
of
Theane.
worth? Who are you to say that any gods, whether it is Theane's or someone else's, that their lack of words is a sign of their not being there? I'm a worshiper of Dystall. He doesn't speak to us at all. Who do you think you are?
You are stepping headfirst into my point and still missing it.
No, your point is moot. Maybe the gods chose us because we were already on our way headlong into several of the most tumultuous events going on right now. Do you see this man? He's one of the last lords of
Larkhold.
Darkhold.
Where are we right now? Do you not think that the convenience and coincidence of the fact that there is a Jundin lord right outside is not some sort of sign of divine intention? This woman is deeply connected with the Leviathan cult on the coast because of her family's past, and thus also connected to Cairduel. This is a member of the freaking Waking Root.
One of the last few members of the Waking Root.
We're going to talk about that, but yes.
I just think it's worth bearing repeating.
We have connections. We were already on paths set to encounter these issues, to do something about them. And we were running headlong into them, literally probably too early before we had the ability to actually do the correct thing about them. And so we got stuck in the Feywilds for 4 years. And maybe the gods realized that we needed a little bit of help on this quest before we could actually carry out what they wanted us to do. And that's where the need for expediency came from. I don't know. I don't pretend to know what the gods are thinking, but you seem to be far too comfortable to do that.
Her face stays impassive this entire time. I want you to make a persuasion or intimidation check.
I think he's too pissed. I think this is an intimidation check.
That makes
I'm not
sense.
good at that.
That makes
But
sense.
he's
I would say the mechanical substance of what you're doing feels persuasive. You're making points, rather.
I'm gonna
than-
say because you're not like threatening
Yeah.
her. You're
Yeah,
not.
I feel
that's
that.
fair.
Yeah, it's a persuasion
Yeah.
check. Go ahead and
Yeah,
make persuasion.
all right. Persuasion it is.
And if you don't help us, we'll
Passionate.
murder you.
Here, I would roll of passion.
What game
okay.
are you playing over there?
19.
19. Yeah, her face stays impassive, but you do see tears welling up in her eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't. I look at the four of you and I see people who would be, should be friends. I see men and women who I believe carry the capacity to be champions. That's not what's at issue here. What I am concerned about is that perhaps you so badly want the gods to want you, to use you, that you're missing important signs to the contrary.
What is your recommendation? That we just ignore this and...
Absolutely not.
Okay, then what do we do about it? What can we do other than what we are doing? Please, if you have any concrete direction, we will take it. I will unequivocally accept anything you tell us to do. Do you want us to try to kill the Jundin? I really doubt we'll be able to, but I'll try it. I'll try it right now.
I don't recommend doing that, especially since his brother is here as well.
100% die. We would 100. Oh, they're literally brothers.
Yeah, that makes.
Half brothers, if you want to be technical, but yes.
Oh, I mean that's still. We didn't realize the familial relationship. We actually had just met with that high priest of Gorham. That's.
Sothwell is a wonderful man, and he tries to keep his brother's appetites in check, but
he's not really succeeding.
No, he's not.
Regardless,
that's not, neither here nor there.
That's not the point.
What I recommend is that you slow down. And I know that that's not enticing. And maybe it doesn't feel concrete enough. But if you race headlong into the forest, you're bound to trip on a root.
Right. Well,
if you will accept my friendship, I will help you if I can to figure out what is happening here.
How about, that sounds great. I apologize for my outburst. I am quite frustrated with the situation we are in, and to have it consistently pointed out to me, what I already know is it's just been a little grating. What if we took your input, and Lyrian might learn more about the aim, just to become closer, to have a better understanding. You don't need to talk about the relics if you don't want to, or you could mention them, how their champions created them or found them, or how they affected those champions' journeys. That might be very helpful information. Jaird here is sort of being trained by the worshippers of Gogod, which doesn't mean that they're planning to give him, a relic or something, but that could bring him closer to that.
Has been talking about how they found the champion of Gogod. I didn't realize it would be someone I'd be meeting today, but he's quite excited.
He seems pretty locked in for that. Jaird, you should probably feel pretty good about that.
He'll never say it to your face, but
yeah, I feel I would feel good if we hadn't had this conversation with Ariane, but
well, regardless, okay, I mean, even if we were lied to in those dreams, you could still earn Gogad's favor. Like, that's still something you could do. It doesn't mean you'll be his champion necessarily, but I'm just saying, like, the pursuit is still worth it unto itself.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Do you, not from a practical standpoint, not from an issue of usefulness, just from a place of desire, when each of you thinks about the gods that have come to you, who you think you're supposed to be a champion for. Do you truly want that god's favor?
Absolutely not. Fuck no.
Yes.
I am uncertain.
I don't
As
want
am
his
I.
favor. I don't know. Every worshiper of Diastal wants contact. It's kind of a touch-starved relationship.
In truth, Jaird represents much the opposite of all that I have been taught to embody.
Oh, were we supposed to talk
For
about the
800
one that
years.
contacted us?
Yes, I believe so.
Well,
Oh.
either way, really.
Oh, Gogad
The
is
one who
even. I really.
Contact.
He scares me.
I couldn't care less about Theane, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Honesty is all I asked. Yes.
Jared?
If honesty is what you ask, then I think I did look. What's the word I'm looking for? Positively at Gogard finding me in his favor in order to gain the power needed to take on what I want to take on. As you can probably imagine, me being a Larkholdian. But now, not remembering, but realizing again how Gogard finds great favor in Mani Ajundin. I'm not sure if I even do want his favor.
May I ask you a couple more probing questions?
Yes.
Might as well.
From what I understand, from what you've said, you were away for a while. You went somewhere and came back to find the world the way it is now. Is that right?
Yes. Correct.
Yes.
The Feywild.
Almost 4 years.
Oh, my.
We weren't there for 4 years. We experienced about a day. And then when we came back, it was 4 years later.
Right. I'm sorry for the lost time. I'm sure things were confusing.
Yep.
Yeah.
The fact that the gods are wrapped up in this, I have a concern I've been loath to speak. What? Did you know anything about the state of the world as it relates to the Pantheon before you left?
I'll turn to Ellis.
Yes.
Anything? You'd heard the rumors.
Oh, no.
Was one of them cheating on another one? Spill the tea.
Only the faintest glimmerings, I think.
So, along the coast, in the swamps, and among the cult on the coast, there are two men seeking the power of gods for various reasons.
Right.
It sounds like maybe you never interacted with them at all, but
Oh, no, we had planned to, but then 4 years.
well, that's fine. I'm not. It's not a judgment, but it strikes me that you were gone from this plane for 4 years. 4 capable adventurers gone. No clear understanding of the workings of this plane as it has been for those 4 years. And upon your return, gods whose domains you are not connected to, not directly, appear to you in dreams asking you to find relics which gods have never done. What? And I don't know much about dark magics, so forgive me. but I do know that sometimes relics, pieces that hold something's essence, are necessary for those dark magics to take hold.
Great. Pellis will take out the stone that he got from Gogad, or who he thought was Gogad. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any abilities to like communicate with Dysol, famously, but he thinks back to Dystol's icon in his room being tipped over after the dream that he had with Gogad, and he picks up, like, he pulls out his symbol of Dystol, like, pendant, and like whispers into it, "Please guide me correctly." And then he'll hold his head up with his eyes closed and say a little prayer to Gogad, saying, as an apology, saying, "If this truly is your favor, I apologize. And if it isn't, I apologize for thinking it was." And he will throw the stone away. Just like off the tree.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Can't wait. That is not a good save for me. Okay, 16.
+1 from my
Six.
aura of protection if you're within 10 feet of me.
Do you have to put that up, or is that just constant?
It's just constant.
17, baby.
Nice.
Well, as long as I'm conscious.
Are you asleep right now? Is Jaird asleep right now?
As this pebble sails off the edge of the tree, you feel for a moment a sense of loss and longing. And then all at once that feeling dissipates. And it feels freeing.
Jared's just gonna do the same with his token
Okay.
that he had on him.
Yeah, roll a Constitution save.
I also just found out my aura protection also applies to me, which is pretty
I'm gonna. Okay,
fucking awesome.
Pellis will turn around and be like, "Try to rid yourself of those tokens," and then he will also cast Bless on everyone.
Yes.
Ooh, what does that do?
You get a D4 to every roll. Wait, actually, if I up it, oh no, that's just more targets. Okay, yeah, you just get to add a D4 to any save.
Okay.
It's great because I'm giving you guys separate DCs because you have separate
yeah.
connections to your tokens. So.
Yeah, I'll cast Hunter's Mark on Pellis.
Hunter's Mark on your token.
My circle of spores will now cause necrotic damage to all of you.
Oh god.
Yeah, no, Jared, go ahead and roll.
Okay, with a
Constitution
D4.
save, you get
Ooh.
+1 plus a D4.
Wait, can I? Is heroism? Oh, that's not. Okay. Yeah, everybody gets plus.
Nice. Oh, Helen, yeah. 25.
Nice. You have a similar experience to Pellis as you throw this lantern token off the side of the tree. Again, you feel this sense of like, I've made a mistake. What have I done? Like, I need to go down and retrieve it. But then as it gets a certain distance from you, all of a sudden you feel like it feels like a rope, a taut rope that's tied around your waist has been cut, and you feel like you're released from something.
I will try as well too.
Cool.
At
Constitution.
Pellis's. Am I being frightened into keeping this token on me?
Also, as part of casting Bless, Pellis says, puts his dice symbol back up to his mouth and says, "Show them the path as well, please."
Follow-up question. Is this a poisoning of my mind to keep this token on me?
No.
Okay, all right. That's fair.
Do you have like immunity to poison? Is that what you were going for?
I have advantage against being frightened and advantage against poisons.
I had advantage against being charmed, but I didn't think it applied here.
How would it not be?
I don't know,
That would have applied, but you passed the check in.
Yeah,
So.
That is a 17.
Did you roll the D4?
I did roll the D4.
Okay.
I rolled
Plus
a
one
1.
for more
on the
protection?
D4.
17,
18 then.
18. Okay, cool. Yeah, you same thing. You throw this twig, and you feel a sense of like you feel almost as if like a practically physical sense of like pulling you after it for just a moment, and then suddenly you feel it release.
Alice like grabs the back of Cass's collar. Like, Cass. What's wrong?
I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm all right. I'm good.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Thanks for grabbing me.
I didn't know if it had more of a hold on you.
It felt like that for you too as well, right? I was
Yeah.
pulling you towards it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just hope no one down there picks it up, right?
Right. There's just
Well-
unconscious people who got hit in the head by things falling from the screen.
There's a lot worse things down there than those tokens, so
Mm.
I'm sure it's fine.
Just find a circle of dead enemies at the bottom of the tree.
They keep killing each other. over it.
Zarfel's dead now.
Woo!
We did it.
What does Lyrian do?
Give a Homer woohoo.
Do you mean to say that each of you, in trying to release the token, felt a sense of struggle against it?
Yes, and that isn't very divine.
I am not sure what is divine anymore.
Well, I feel
Lyrian-
relief now, Lyrian, after ridding myself of the token.
Lyrian contemplates the token of Cairduil, which I feel like is most aesthetically interesting because it's like a crystal with like tormented swirling winds trapped inside of it.
Wait, we should sell that.
This is an excellent necklace piece. The vibes are.
Immaculate
And
vibes.
why shouldn't I keep it?
Why shouldn't I keep it?
Cast it into the fire.
Cast it off
Okay.
the cliff, Lyrian.
Elrond could have totally just killed Isildur, right? Can we just talk about this really quick?
Totally.
He could have pushed his ass
Could've
and thrown him in the fire.
It would be like
I mean,
in this scene, Arian and like Pellis having that conversation.
Yeah,
And Arian
Like-
just being like, okay.
like just fucking annihilates me, right? Like that's, I don't know, whatever. Moving
There-
on.
yeah, we don't. I could get in the weeds on this easily. If there is an answer to it. I can give it to you later.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think Lyrian looks to Ariane. Is this what you would advise?
If the gods have truly given you their favor, those trinkets will not be the thing that makes you champions. If it is not from the gods, those trinkets could be the thing binding you to something dark.
then we had better learn all that we can from these tokens. And Lyrian will part with hers, but I would like to crush it to
Do you
break
have
out,
something to crush
to
a
break
crystal?
open the wind. I think I'm going to try to. I don't know that I have an object that feels promising to do it with.
Your teeth.
I'm wondering if I could do it with roots.
Oh, like tangling vine kind of.
Yeah, like a modified version of.
Yeah, you can go ahead and try it.
Or,
I mean, it'd be a magical effect, so it could work.
Okay. I think, does mold earth count?
We could cast
I
chalet
would-
and then just slap it.
Yeah, I would count mold earth if you wanted to.
Oh, there we go.
You can get creative, break it. I think you would need to use a spell, but
Yeah.
I cast Hunter's Mark on it.
I mean, should you? Real quick, should you break a crystal clearly sealed with? You know what?
Let's do
Never
it.
mind.
Let's do it.
It's
fun.
Do
Darian
it.
is in this
What do you
moment
do?
trying to
Your
gain
Nick.
knowledge, whereas it seems like you guys feel better and don't know much more than you did previously. So
That's true.
I'm going to smash it open, and it feels logical to me to spend Entangle on it.
Makes sense.
So the vines of the tree.
It'll just be a controlled version of Entangle with a single, root or whatever coiling around the crystal until it shatters.
okay. Is there like a roll with that?
No. Oh, I guess for the restrained creature, in this case the crystal, could take an action to make a strength check against my spell save DC.
What's your spell save DC?
What is that? I just take.
If you go to your spells tab, it should say it right at the top. It'll have modifier. spell attack.
14.
14. Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
Gotcha.
All right, give me a second here.
Is the strength of this magical crystal
I mean, it's probably resisting it in a more magical. way.
greater than 14?
No, so the crystal breaking
Mm-hmm.
and the DC happening are not necessarily the same thing.
Sure. Okay.
The crystal cracks and it feels almost like it leaps out of your hands. And as it does, you feel you feel something expanding. And then all of a sudden a gust of wind shoves you back.
Mm-hmm.
And you are now faced with 3 air elementals.
Yes!
Justin knew this was going to happen, and he wanted to fight them.
I knew it. I'm excited. We haven't fought anything in so long.
Yeah.
Give
Give me a second here.
Oh man!
That's
Oh,
really
boy.
fun.
Oh boy, way to get some hair.
Well, it's a good thing I already have bless up on you guys.
boy, that's a mouse control. That's not going to help us later. Oh no! Oh boy! Oh,
Okay.
boy.
Guys, get in the VST.
Oh god!
Oh man,
Vertical
VST.
super.
we're gonna die.
I'm in the vust.
All right,
We're
Justin,
busting it up.
let me share the
Oh,
spectator screen.
Ugh.
Except unfortunately, elementals don't have minds. So
Oh, good.
That's like your whole thing.
Ah,
I'm
That is your whole thing.
I'm a
Messing with
little-
minds.
a little hampered.
Okay.
All I'm gonna say is Jaird had doubts from the start.
That's
All
great.
I'm sharing.
You know a lot about your doubts, and don't throw your life away in an arena for maybe nothing.
Yeah.
All right, let's get initiative from everybody.
Uh-oh. It's time to shine.
14.
14.
20.
17.
17.
Man, I got a 5.
I got
Dang
a
it.
rock.
All right, let me see.
So I'll leave it to you guys. I already put bless up. So
Yeah, bless up.
Yeah, bless is already up.
Bless up, man.
As these air elementals burst out of the crystal, I am going to say there was nothing that I feel like could argue that you guys were well prepared for this. So the air elementals are going to get a round before you guys jump into the initiative.
yeah, that's fair.
Okay. I do not think I expected this.
I mean,
So,
look, it's going to
that's
be
fair.
fine. We've got a level 20 druid with us. We're going to be fine.
She's not helping.
She might.
She could be the
No,
same
she
level
not.
as us.
Hellas
Why
is
would
going to
she-
turn to her and say, "Let us handle this."
Oh, okay. We'll see what happens then. All right. So
Like literally, he goes, "Please, Ariane, let us handle this. This is our trial."
these elementals are here. I think they're each actually going to. Well, actually, why don't you guys? So Lyrian is going to be the closest to them. I think Lyrian actually needs to say where Lyrian is because of the way things played out narratively. And I would put Ariane here. The rest of you,
Okay.
go ahead and arrange yourselves where you feel like, not necessarily where you ought to be, but where you feel like you were in this moment.
I think I would have been pretty close.
Probably be in the middle of us. I'm fine with where I'm at. It makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. I imagined sort of being relatively
Yeah.
where I
like
am,
to
and with
just
the air
like
elementals kind of
yeah.
appearing in front of me, between me and the group. But if you want to position them elsewhere, that's fine.
Oh, sure. You want the air
Hmm.
elementals between you and everybody else?
That's
I
good.
kind
like
of thought, I kind
Yeah.
of picture myself facing the group to seek
I like that a
guidance
lot more.
from,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay. Yeah.
the
so
mother,
that's-
and then kind of breaking it in front of us. And so I imagine myself sort of being separated.
Yeah. I dig it. Okay. So
Cool.
that's how this is our setup then. All right. So with that, the air elementals are going to attack. And I think
Oh, they're
that each of
fast,
them is going to attack Lyrian.
Oh, you don't say. I thought they all really disliked Jaird. You know, I was just saying.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's the read that I had on the angry wind inside the crystal.
Wait, Jared, do you have any within your reach? Do we get reactions at the start of combat?
You get reactions every round, so you could take a
Yeah.
reaction.
So I can sentinel attack the one
Your AC right now,
that's
Lyrian.
right next to me.
My AC?
Yeah.
Is 15.
Okay, they all hit you on their first attack.
Oh, okay.
The lowest
All right,
one,
it was a good day.
the lowest one to roll was an 8, and they get a +8 to hit.
Jeez.
And they all hit on
Yeah.
their second attack. So I'm gonna roll damage for those.
So,
Wow.
So the one
Ooh.
next to Jared then will trigger an attack of opportunity from Jared from sentinel attack.
Okay, give me 1 second here.
Cool.
Gotta collect the.
It's been a
D8 so I
while
can roll
since
damage
we
here.
had combat.
It has. It has been a while. All right, you guys talk amongst yourselves while I gather up the.
So
Airplanes, right?
yeah. You know,
This
how
is
about when you commit to what you think is going to be an epic quest from the gods,
Yeah,
and
and
then
you're
find
lied
out
to?
that it was all for nothing.
hot. The amount of times that the gods have lied to me about a quest is it's
Ugh.
unbelievable. You would think
on,
you'd
gods.
think I would learn at this point, you know?
Yeah. 100% of occasions so far that I'm aware of.
100% of times that I've been given a quest by the gods and failed. This is giving me whiplash. We are. Soon we're gonna find out we can be if we keep going down. I think Cass just wants to go home.
Lyrian, if this was all sort of a ruse or a diversion, would be very furious to have essentially tarried for longer, letting the Waking Mood just stay in the Fey realm for nothing.
Sure.
Not necessarily for nothing. We can still earn these gods' favor. We just didn't actually earn it.
Yeah. I
Jaird-
just feel so speculative.
I don't think Cass ever thought they earned it beforehand. It
Which is
seems
fair.
clear that to Cass at least that it was like, do this and we might consider you being our champions.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Real quick, I'm going to take one of these air elementals off the board.
No.
Because we're about to die right away.
Yeah,
No,
I was
I am.
about to do 80 damage to Lyrian.
Nice.
So I'm not going to do
Nice.
that much damage to Lyrian. I'm going to
A little bit of scale there.
Dial-
that would
dial that back a
instantly
little bit.
that would instantly kill you.
like
Yep.
permanently.
Yeah.
Like
Kind of a
permanent
good
death,
story,
no
though.
saves.
I think
Yeah.
good story, though.
Permanent.
Justin.
A good story.
I just say.
Lyrian turns around, cracks it open, and we just see her die in front of us.
Yeah, but then we'd all die. I think is the point that
It's
John
true,
is
that's a
saying.
It's a good opportunity for me to remind you all that you do all have a scroll of Revivify.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yes.
forgot about that.
Yes.
Tonight.
I should probably also prep Revivify, but we haven't. I don't have enough money to afford the crystal or the diamond.
Oh boy.
Okay. All right. It's not 80 damage this time, Lyrian. It's
Okay.
43.
That
So
is
it's still
still
dead.
lethal. Yeah. I have
But just
40.
not-
So I have 34 full HP. And now I'm gonna add how much? Sorry,
43 damage.
43 damage. So I go down to 1 HP.
You have 44 health?
No, but what happened when I added more damage than I have health is that the system reflected that as setting me at 1 HP,
Ah, I understand.
and then probably gave me the condition or something. Let's see.
So you
Where
are
did
you're prone and
okay.
unconscious. And so it actually is going to be your turn first. So you're going to make a death save.
Okay. I was just trying to see if I could figure that out within the interface here. I don't see any active conditions or anything else.
It should have set you to 0 HP. It's kind of weird that it didn't do it.
What happens
you
if I just do
technically
that
can't be
manually? A manually
negative.
override. So failure success just showed up and replaced my stats.
There
Yep.
you go.
And so roll a d20,
Cool.
and it's 10 or higher is a success, and 9 or lower is a failure.
Wait, is it possible that mechanically that happened because of something about my character sheet that would keep me from dying and keep me just at 1 HP instead of dying?
Let's double check.
That would be a nice thing to find out from this
think-
software.
I think Jaird has that, right?
Yeah, I'm
Jaird
gonna
has
work.
something like that, but
Features
Just being
and
a half-orc.
traits.
Yeah, I'm gonna work.
I can't find anything that would explain
I don't see
that.
anything. I don't see anything.
Inventory not helping
Yeah,
me a ton.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, I wonder if
Would
it's just a
explain why that
fluke.
happened. Yeah, must have been.
Couldn't be the Lark and loot I bought. So, oh well. All right, so the death save. So I'll just click roll within the death save panel. 8.
So that is one failure.
All right, and that's my turn, correct?
Yes. So next it goes to
Yeah.
Cass.
Can I just ask? So the attacks of the air elementals, do they just look like lashing wind, or should I be picturing something else?
No, picture them like clouds, almost like cloud people, and like their bodies are like these whipping wind and clouds and vapor. But they actually like slam you with fists.
Mhm.
And
Wow.
there's like a physical like blunt sensation.
So I'm sort of knocked down prone.
Yeah.
It's like a crushing blow.
Yeah,
type of a
exactly.
thing. Wind is knocked out of Lyrian. She just makes a ghastly expression as she looks up at all of you and then falls down.
Yeah, as each of them smashes you twice with their like they
Oof.
kind of like beating down on you.
Okay. Pass turn, y'all.
Hmm.
That was
right.
quick.
Sticking with what I
Says
said.
I should have thrown it out of the tree instead of break it open.
I want to move here. I would love to try and get both of these, but
So that will cause an attack of opportunity.
I thought it was only if you.
Oh, sorry. Wait. I was supposed to be able to attack.
Oh,
one of
right,
the
yes.
air element. Almost forgot about that. All right.
Oh wait, you're not already engaged with that. I thought you were in a different spot to start. You're good, Justin.
All right. I'm just gonna do a regular. I'm just gonna swing. 19.
All right. 19 hits.
Beautiful.
Which one are you doing? Oh, you're doing the one that's right here. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. D8 plus 3. Oh, it's gonna be 10 damage. 7 on the D8.
Cool.
Cool. All right. My apologies. Cass.
You good?
You said I'm good, right? Because it's
Yeah, I
when you
said
move
you're,
out of.
yeah, you're good.
Okay, perfect. I was like, oh no.
Oops.
I'm gonna cast a second level Arms of Hadar.
Okay.
They need to make a strength save.
All right.
15.
They got a 14.
Nice. They take 6 necrotic damage and they cannot take reactions until its next turn.
Awesome.
So I think I'm going to move out of their reach then. Actually, I'm going to move there. Which is 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, wait, no, I can only move. What's my speed? 25? Yeah, 25. So I will move there.
Okay. Wait, Jaird, what kind of damage were you dealing? Was that your longsword?
Yes, just a regular longsword.
Okay, so they have resistance to slashing from non-magical weapons, so it's only 5 that you did to them.
Okay.
All right. That brings us to you, though.
All right. So, I can do things. What is that? What is that resistance? That's unfortunate. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that. So, Jaird will just take a swing at the one right next to him once again.
Okay. You're not going to add any like smite or anything like that to
I
it?
think so. Yeah, I think I'm going to add a second level divine smite,
Okay.
so I can add 3d8 to the
Yeah,
damage
go
of
ahead
my
and
hit.
roll for attack.
All right. Okay, that is a 17, I believe. Let me.
That's a
Yep,
hit.
17. Beautiful. So that's going to be 4d8 total.
Nice.
It's 13. It's 11. So 24 plus 3. So 27.
27. Nice.
So then it's probably going to be what, like 22? Or whatever. You know the resistance.
Yeah, because that was magical, they don't resist it.
Oh, you're right. Divine. Okay, I'm gonna do my second attack.
Cool.
I'm gonna. How many second level spells do I have? So I used one up. Let's make sure. I used one up. Oh, I forgot to. All right, and I'm just gonna use my last second level spell up. I imagine I'm not gonna need it. Whatever. I'm blowing my load, boys. Okay,
Happy Pride Month.
15 for a 21 total.
All right.
Roll damage, so it's 10 plus 8, 18 plus 3, 21 points of damage.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Awesome. This one, you see that it is like it's almost like the air that makes up its body is like sputtering and skipping, and it seems like it's like running out of steam.
Nice.
But with that, it is the other air elemental's turn. And so it is going to move a little bit and turn on Mother. Attack her.
Mommy!
I love how Palace was immediately like, "This is our fight," and then Lyrian's just like immediately destroyed.
Just dead.
It's still our fight.
Maybe it's not our fight. Oh, I guess it still is. Okay.
And it deals 23 damage to Mother. But then it's her turn.
We gotta say mom.
Why do we have to say mom? Oh, save mom.
Save
I
mom.
thought you said say. You gotta say mom when I said
Yeah, say
mother. I was
mom.
like, why can't I say
Uh,
mother?
actually, I don't have to.
Actually, I won't be doing that.
I will not. I don't want to. No.
All right, let me just pull something up here. Make sure I have her actual stats in front of me. All right, she's going to cast a spell.
Tell me
Alright.
more.
20-foot radius, 40-foot cylinder. It's in range.
Sounds bad. Sounds like a cone of cold or something. Cone of blizzardy wind.
That feels like a bad spell to cast on air elementals.
Yeah, she's going to cast Ice Storm, and she's going to center it so that she can hit both of them, which means that she and Pellis are both going to get hit as well.
But they have saving, but they have a +1 to their saving throw.
There you go.
That's pretty good.
So, yeah, make a dexterity saving throw, Pellis,
Okay.
with a +1.
Ooh. 23.
Okay, you pass. So you're going to take half damage.
Oh.
All right, and then I got to roll this. Okay.
I'm also currently concentrating on the spell, so I have to try to.
Oh, con save.
Yeah.
So the air elemental is going to take 31 points of damage. So is Mother, and you're going to take 15.
15. So I have to. It's DC 15. But I do have advantage because I took Warcaster.
Mm-hmm.
I do not need advantage. I rolled a 17.
And Mother does not look like she is doing well
Oh no.
after hitting herself. Um,
Why did you do that, Mom?
Why did she do that?
Mom.
okay, and then the air elemental, this other one, it's its turn, and it is going to begin to flee.
We do have to actually wrap, guys.
Oh, you're right. We'll have to come
I know
back.
the time is the last thing to watch during combat. There's so much going on.
But it is round
Yeah.
2, so it's a good place to stop, right?
Yeah,
It's early on and it's not looking good, folks.
I will just
I'm
say the
definitely
last thing
dead.
that happens in this combat, this air elemental, nobody's within striking range, so
Jaird is.
Jaird is, right?
I guess I haven't
was-
used my.
it was here.
No,
Oh.
it was
Was it one over?
it was
It was
one
one
of
over,
definitely
yes,
one
it was
over,
there,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
It was
that's
there, yeah.
right.
But he. Oh wait, that was no.
That was
yeah,
a
you
surprise
could use an
round.
attack of opportunity.
Yep, I'll just do it real quick. No,
Yeah,
advantage.
really fast because
It actually
Oh, it's,
matters 'cause if you
12.
hit- Oh, damn.
Okay.
Wait, roll the d4.
16.
Oh, that hits.
He
Okay.
doesn't move. Sentinel.
Oh, you're so right.
Oh, nice.
If he hits on an attack of
Nice.
opportunity, Sentinel means that it
Yeah.
does not move. It's
And that's going to
speed
be 11 damage.
It's just slashing, so it doesn't do anything to it. But
All right.
or wait, no, it deals half.
Half. Oh, okay. Cool.
So it's very, very ill, and we will find out more about what happens to everyone and everything next time.
All right. This is crazy.
Bye.
See what happens to our heroes next week.
Next week.
Yeah, if you guys are with us on stream, we'll be back in 2 weeks. And if you're with us on audio, we will be back next week for the exciting conclusion of this combat. Will
Yay.
Virian get up? Who knows?
Oh my god!
Who knows?
Whoa.
Whoa!
All right. Bye.
Bye.